What is going on, guys, and welcome to the stream. This is Pokemon91, and we are getting ready to play some Pokemon Blue version. Now, this is a special modded edition. It does have a couple of little upgrades, as you can see just from looking at it. You do get the new sprites from Generation 2 games. It does have full color modded in. This is exactly how I wanted to play this game back when it first came out in the 90s. So, without further ado, here's what we're going to do today. We are just going to start up our stream, and we're going to see how far we can get. Now, I do plan on trying to do this without doing too much glitches. I won't be doing anything on Cinnabar Island if anybody knows what's going on there. But what I will be trying to do is I will be trying to catch Mew and Cerulean. So, here we go. Let's go ahead and get on into this. Let me make sure my controller's fully binded, just because it does like to lose its binding from time to time, and it has. One moment, we will be right back. Alright guys, sorry about that small delay in the stream there. We are back. Had to do a controller reconfig, and we're just going to rename our character here. Now for our character here, we need something something that's going to end up being legendary. Something that we can look back on years from now, after we've beaten the Elite Four a few more times. And really, you know, it has to sound like a champion. So we're going to call this guy Kyle. Yeah, we'll call him Kyle. Why not? Okay, and of course our rival here. I don't know. What do you think we should go with here? I usually would go with blue just because that's more canon, but you know, we'll go with red this time. Why not? We're in the blue cartridge. Blue's technically the hero, so let's go ahead and see where we can get going here. And thank you for letting me know that the audio quality is good there, Mr. Potterfield. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow as well. I will let you guys know that I'm trying to keep this stream pretty consistent. That's why I'm kind of doing more of a retro thing here as opposed to more modern titles. I can get really good quality for you guys while still playing a game that a lot of people know and love. And what's more timeless than Pokemon? You know, the adventure of sending small children into the wild to be attacked by random monsters by some crazed lunatic scientist. So, of course, if you've never been in a Pokemon game, this is the town of Pallet. Starting area, of course, and we're just gonna try to leave. And of course, the man that's going to end up changing our lives forever, Mr. Professor Oak. So, the professor here is going to go ahead and teach us a thing or two about this little world here. We already saw him a little bit in the intro, of course, but now we're going to go ahead and see what he has to say to 10-year-old me. And of course, for any of you that don't know, this is of course the Gen 1 game. This isn't a remake, Fire Red or Leaf Green. This is pure blue with a mod overlay on top of it, just to give us a little bit extra fidelity. Also, the full color mod looks great. I really enjoy it. And of course, there's been no sound changes. A lot of times, whenever you have mods like this, you will get a little bit of, you know, sound change whenever they change the audio codec. I'm going to go ahead and take Bulbasaur here to get started off. Not for any particular reason. I've, chosen a few different starter Pokemon before, but we're going to go ahead and just take our Bulbasaur here. I want to give my rival the best chance, and I believe my team down the road is probably, given choice, going to be composed of my starter, hopefully a Mew. I'd like to catch a couple of legendary birds. We'll see. But who knows where this playthrough is going to go. This isn't a speed run. This is just relatively casual playing. And of course, we have our first battle. Looks like Red's ready to fight. Come on, Bulbasaur, let's do this. All right. Now, even though everything in here looks brand new, all of the graphics have been fully updated and converted. We're going to see here that we actually have a little bit different look overall to the game. There hasn't really been any super rebalancing, no overall move changes as far as I know. Overall, it's just exactly what you wanted to play if you were born in, the 90s. This is the Pokemon you imagined on your Game Boy. And actually, because, Pokemon came out so late in the Game Boy's lifespan, it really could have made it to the color. Of course, Silver and Gold ended up, being along that same route, and until Crystal, we never got the 100% color exclusive going forward, and they never looked back. Oh, this isn't going well. I really don't want to lose to Charmander. And of course, it's just a growl battle. Kinda wishing I had that Squirtle now, just for that wonderful tail whip action. Alright. Oh yeah, Mr. Potterfield. If he would have had Squirtle, he would have had Bulba. But the thought here is if I would have had the Squirtle, I would have been able to lower defense. Charmander, of course, starts with Scratch and Growl. Bulbasaur starts with Tackle and Growl, and then, of course, Squirtle starts with Tackle and Tail Whip. So what would have ended up going on there in my mind is I could have done defense lowering. It didn't really matter here, obviously. And, of course, Bulbasaur went to level 6. It actually looks like we got not a great roll on our Bulbasaur. The base stats are okay. It looks like we had a base stat special of right around 11 or 12, so that should be okay going through. We'll have to see where he hits at level 50, just to see if this was a worthwhile Pokemon to Pick. I'm not going to be doing any resets. This isn't, going for records or anything like that. I'm not trying to recruit the perfect Pokemon. Uh, there's things that can be done to make them better, but we're going to see how it goes. All right. So now that we've got our first Pokemon, we've attacked our rival. And that's all good. So, from here, of course, we're going to go ahead and head to Vermilion City. Vermilion City is the first town you encounter after Pallet. And of course, we want to talk to this guy right here because he works at the Pokemon Mart. And he's going to give us a free sample of a potion. Now, here's what a lot of you might not know. The Mart in Vermilion City doesn't even sell potions. Where's this sample coming from? Who paid you? Is Silphco coming out with some new, wonderful items that you can buy exclusively through secret menus? That I don't know. Let's just make sure here. Yep, Bulbasaur's still full health. I thought you auto-healed after that. Go ahead and head into the Mart here. And, of course, we're going to talk to the shopkeep here. I like to call him Bob. How we doing, Bob? And there it is. We have Oak's Parcel. Now, the whole reason I'm even helping with this little task here, one, you can't progress through the story without it, but two, I would like to think that this character would want to help out Professor Oak anyway. I just, I like to think that he would. Now, I will let you know, for anyone out there that is wanting to get into the older Pokemon games, just a word of warning. With your starter Pokemon, don't just go straight out and try to max level it immediately. If you do that before you deliver Oak's Parcel and you actually evolve it, it will soft lock your game. So don't do that. If you want to know how I know that, well, things have happened. So here we are. We've got custom Pokeball he ordered. Wonderful. And here comes Old Red. I always wondered why his hair did the flip thing, but then we all went through that emo phase and... Okay. So here, Professor Oak is going to be giving us our Pokedexes. And probably won't be getting all 150 for this guy. I'd love to, but I just don't see that happening. Not in this run-through anyway. But, Now, outside of version exclusives, we could catch right around 118, 120 Pokemon. But again, we're just going to take it easy. We're going to see where this actually goes. We're going to build what team we can and go for it. All right. And of course, there goes our rival. Okay, so now it is time. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop in here because there's a very important item that we can get from Red's sister, actually. So we're going to get a town map from her, which is wonderful. That's going to come in really handy. Now, generally speaking, I only run the town map until I get a Pokemon with Fly. That just comes down to the fact that once you have Fly, you have the town map. There's no real reason to, do anything beyond that with it. Now, I don't have any Pokeballs yet, but we are going to go ahead and try to kill a couple of Pokemon here on the way back to Viridian. Just for the sheer fact that I want my Bulbasaur to get to, level 10 or 11 before we hit Pewter. Again, this isn't a, minimum battle run or anything like that. This is just straight-up play. So, of course, we knocked out the Rattata. Great job, Bulbasaur. And no other level for you. Now, I want to hear from you guys. Do you think here, because I've got a couple of options. So, for Brock, he's got Geodude and Onix, both rock Pokemon. Bulbasaur's not going to have a problem. Same thing with Misty and Cerulean. However, whenever we get to Vermilion City, we're going to have a little bit of an issue, because even though grass isn't weak to electric, we're still going to run into some issues with Surge, just because Raichu has really, really high speed. We're going to get outsped constantly. We're going to go ahead and get 3 antidotes here. And I know it looks like I'm just burning through all my money here real quick. It's very worthwhile. And like I said on the route, there is no potion for sale at the Viridian shop. So that guy is either on something or he's working in the wrong store. I'm not entirely certain. Alrighty. So here's where we're going to go. We're going to go ahead and walk up through here. And then, of course, we're still heading north, heading towards the Viridian Forest. Alright. Ooh. Encounter. What do we have here? Okay, so first Pidgey. I'm actually kind of surprised it took this long to actually see one. Alright, let's see if we don't knock it out in 2 hits, because I'd actually kind of like to catch this one. This Pidgeys in this generation learn Gust. Now, Gust at this point was not actually a flying type move. It was just normal. So no super effectiveness versus grass, and hope for no crit. Oh well. Must have been a range on the attack. That's alright. We'll get him next time. Hey, Leech Seed. Cool. Now, that won't really do much for me at this very moment. Leech Seed's relatively weak in this gen. Yeah, you will be able to get back some health. But against Brock, it's really not going to do anything. 1 good hit. Now, what it is good for is if he does put up Bide on Onix, which he's almost guaranteed to do. If he throws out a Bide, all we're going to do is we're just going to Leech Seed him and sit. So I'm taking a little bit of a beating here. But that's okay. Not a big deal. We've got potions. We could still make a trip back to the Pokemon Center. I'd rather not. So let's just go ahead and try to catch this Pidgey. Now, in Gen 1, you actually had a direct indication of your catch. So if it didn't pop out after 2, it was caught, generally. There's a few exceptions to this, but it did let you. So Pidgey, our first companion here, you know what? I'm actually not a huge fan of nicknames on the Pokemon. I really never have been. It always made me think that they were traded from somebody in-game. Alright, so let's see what we have here. No items. Now, for anyone that's actually played the original Red and Blue, you really do know this is just a gorgeous redoing of this. I mean, the colors, the textures, it's all just beautiful. Especially considering this game came out in the very late 90s, 98. So, I mean, really, you shouldn't expect a ton, but this is just really a great looking rendition of this game. And we got our first bug catcher here. And let's see. Okay, so he's got a Weedle. This is going to be alright. We've got our Bulbasaur here. We're just going to go ahead and Leech Seed him. Aww, the evasion. Now, we're lucky that Bulbasaur has a dual typing here of grass and poison. Because all we're going to do is we're going to seed the Weedle. We're going to hope he doesn't get a crit. He did get a crit, but it only does 3. That's fine. So we're going to go ahead and use this potion here on our Bulbasaur, because we really don't have a lot of other Pokemon to call from. I should have probably Poké-Centered before we did this, but it's in the past. Okay. So the Leech Seed sapped him. Let's just go ahead and go in. And we'll just keep the seed on there, just because I think that'll work out for us. And if anyone's wondering what tool I'm using to display like my team and everything like that, just shoot me a message in here. I'll get you linked over to that. Oh, that attack missing is really sad, and all this speed reduction is really hurting. Okay, so Pokemon 1 down. We got his Weedle. Hey, and Bulbasaur gained another level. Good deal. Alright, level 8 Bulba. That'll make things easier going forward. It'll also reset all those speed losses. And no, we're not going to swap for Caterpie. We're going to go ahead and let Bulbasaur take out Caterpie. Now, if this would have been a Metapod, Kakuna, you know, anything that can't really attack, oh yeah, Pidgey's going out. Pidgey's going to be getting some experience here. We're going to get Pidgey's leveled up. Okay. Should just be another hit or so, and we will have this Caterpie out of our way and gone. And there we go. Caterpie is down. So, Bulbasaur should gain not quite enough experience to hit another level, but we're about 2/3 of the way there, I'd say. And first Pokemon battle that wasn't the rival defeated. Alright, so we're going to head up this way, because there's a trainer there. Just going to head up through this grass. Wanting to say I remember there being an item around here. Maybe I'm wrong. It's all good, though. It happens. Now, we're not going to be catching Pokemon here in Vermillion to actually, you know, train up to use, per se. In previous runs, it is advantageous to get a Beedrill, but you know, by the time we actually hit Cerulean City, it's going to be pretty not worthwhile. So what we're going to do here is, we're just going to go ahead and try to catch this guy. Wow. Gotta love Gen 1. Alright, and there's that new entry for Weedle. Very bug Pokemon. And no, we're not going to give him a nickname. It's fine. He did okay. Alright, now working our way here through Vermillion. So, once we actually hit Cerulean City, we're going to have a few things that we're going to need to get done. I need to catch an Abra. Not just because I need it for later in the game. Kadabra's just a very, very powerful Pokemon. Psychic was very broken in Gen 1. But also because it's just going to be a walkover. I need it for the Mew. Which once we have Mew, it's going to be game over basically for anyone we go up against. Now, this is something where if you didn't know how to do it way back in the day, it's something that's now publicly available. But originally, this was something that was figured out between friends. I can actually remember sitting around in grade school with my buddies, game link cables and all, trading Pokemon back and forth, and someone would come up with, you know, some sort of an idea. So, let's talk about things like the Cinnabar Island glitch for, you know, item duping. I might show you guys that later. But, you know, this was all just playground knowledge. We didn't have the huge amount of the internet that we have today. We're going to go ahead and try to Leech Seed the Weedle. Not because it's going to be vulnerable to the Leech Seed, but just because I want to regain that attack. I think this guy also has a Kakuna, so we'll be sending out Pidgey for that one. But I always want to regain my health on my Bulbasaur, just in case he does get that random lucky crit. I don't see that happening, but things do happen in Pokemon Gen 1 that really shouldn't. But anyway, back to what I was saying here. Psychic was very, very broken in Gen 1. It didn't really have the weaknesses it has now. Also, because your special stat was combined in Gen 1, attack and defense, it was rough. If you had really a very, very small number of Pokemon, things like Alakazam, Kadabra, Mewtwo, they were just oppressive. Of course, Mewtwo was basically caught by everyone, and is actually the strongest Gen 1 Pokemon. But we're going to try to make do with Mew for the first half of our game here. So let's go ahead and get this Weedle taken care of. Hopefully this tackle hits and he's gone. Oh wow, the leech seed. I forgot he was even seated here. Alright, so Weedle's down. And Bulbasaur is now level 9, getting a little bit of a health buff there. And this is actually a fairly decent attack Bulbasaur to start out with. I'm actually quite surprised. Alright, so let's go ahead and head on north here. Now, we don't have really any good chance of beating Brock right now. I'm going to go ahead and say that right now. We really do need Vine Whip on our Bulbasaur here. And that probably means I'm going to have to do a couple of battles. But that's okay. Not a big deal. This is Pokemon. We're going to become the Pokemon Masters, and we will catch them all. Okay. I hope to see you again, too. Thanks, Nurse Joy. You know, it always made me wonder something. Whenever Nurse Joys actually tell you, we hope to see you again, does that mean that they're hoping you get hurt? I mean, I understand their job depends on it, but... Oh, yeah. I don't need to follow you, sir. I already know. I was trying to get past you, but I didn't hit pause in time. Thank you. No, I don't have the right stuff. I want to know what sort of a ghost that guy is, because he just phases through walls. Alright. So, because I know we have quite literally 0 chance against Brock, we are going to go ahead and we are going to just go through our grass here. See if we can't find a couple of randos. We gain just a little bit of extra experience. Pidgeys abound! Alright, Bulbasaur. Oh, I just want to thank for everyone currently viewing. I know we've had some people moving in and out here, but definitely appreciate the viewer count that we have today. Just getting started up again. It's really nice to see the support. Also want to thank all my followers. Definitely appreciate anyone currently following me. I know you had a lot of channels to choose from to get here. We're just glad that you chose Pokemon Gaming. Alright, so another Pidgey here. We're just going to take this out with just a few tackles. Not really worried about my chances of dying here. Now, generally what I do in these situations, I would actually rotate through my Pokemon. I try to get a couple of them up to that level 9, level 10 area, on top of having a slightly overpowered Bulbasaur. Or really any starter. Now, I'm really... I usually would choose a Charmander. It makes for a little bit tougher playthrough, but that's okay. Charmander ends up coming into his own later. Think of it kind of like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Analogy here. Your Blue Eyes White Dragon versus your Red Eyes. Your Blue Eyes is the ultimate power, your Red Eyes is your ultimate potential. So we're going to go ahead and heal up our Bulbasaur here. That's all fine. Alright. Now, we're not going to be able to beat Brock, but I think I might just go ahead and try to take on his dude. So, first things first, we're going to go ahead and switch our Pidgey up with our Bulbasaur, because I'm going to try to get him a little bit of experience here. Alright. And here we go. The junior trainer. Oh, wonderful Diglett. Oh, that means it's probably gonna know Dig, isn't it? Oh, I hope not. Oh, Dig would be bad. Nope, Scratch is fine though. Scratch is fine. We can work with Scratch. We're gonna go ahead and seed this, just because we're gonna need it. We're gonna get outsped every single time with this Diglett. Diglets and actually Dugtrios are extremely fast. So I don't expect us to ever outspeed And, of course, Bulbasaur's not the fastest Pokemon anyway, so really, we don't have a lot of hope in this battle. I was really hoping that this guy would use a couple of Growls. I don't see that happening, though. And our Leech Seed is doing almost nothing. So, here's where we faint. Yep. Of course. And we're going to try to go Pidgey, but, of course, Digley's just going to probably one-hit this thing. Oh, wow. No, quite surprised, actually. He didn't. I don't think this is going to go well, though. Nope. And there goes our Pidgey. Now, I know what you're thinking. You could have just leveled up more and you wouldn't be dying right now. Well, I was born into the generation that believes you need to fail a few times before you win. So yeah, I blacked out, but I don't really have any money right now. So it doesn't really affect me too badly. Now, something we can do if things are getting a little bit rough is, and I think I might actually do this, I'm actually going to head back to Pallet Town. Well, not to Pallet Town fully. I'm going to go to Viridian. And we're going to get us a Nidoran, because I believe that that's the right move here. I think Nidoran's really going to help us. And all I'm wanting to do here is just take out a Metapod. Ah, forget it. We're not going to go through the hardened game. Alright. Continuing on down and through here. I know this is a lot of backtracking. That is okay. Yeah, it does harden right up, doesn't it, Ren? I know. Oh, Lord. You need to harden up. I think that's what Metapod was trying to teach the children, was you need to harden up. Now, I was a little bit stupid. I probably could have done this before. In fact, I know I could have done this before. Hey, there's that item I was looking for. A little bit of an antidote. We can always use that. Another trainer here we can fight when we come back through. Not a big deal right now. Hey, Caterpie. And it's decently big. So, ooh. You know what? I think we're just going to expand the Pokedex a little bit. So let me go ahead and switch over to Bulbasaur here. That way I've got a better chance of not dying while he tackles me. Because I really don't like Pidgey's prospects against a Caterpie. And that sounds really weak, but, you know, a level makes a lot of difference here. And as long as we don't crit, we should have him within range. Good range. Excellent. And he crits me instead. So we're going to go ahead and Pokeball this Caterpie here. And that should be alright. Alright. And, of course, that makes it our fourth Pokemon in our Pokedex. No nickname. Oh, another Metapod. Don't we just love Metapod? The hardened Pokemon. Okay. So now that we're back and through, I'm just going to head out of Viridian Forest here. Now, the goal here is to catch some sort of a Pokemon that can learn some fighting moves. So that's going to be, you know, something like a Mankey, Nidoran, anything that can learn Double Kick, Karate Chop. Going to be great. And Brock is the right trainer to have that Pokemon for, because in this generation, of course, just like all the future ones, Brock is weak to fighting. So let's see what we get here. And right off the bat, we have a female Nidoran. Now, I don't expect this to be a very strong Pokemon to begin with. No. It does know Scratch, though, which is good. Female Nidoran's no Scratch. That's always a good move to start with. Ooh! And I do have that backwards. I do apologize. Your females have Tackle, your males have Scratch. Excelente! And Nidoran was caught. Okay. And we're not going to get him a nickname to Nidoran. Now, I am going to try for one more Pokemon in this little patch of grass here. Now, we don't want to go up and to the left, because then we will actually face a rival fight, and it's way too early for that. Ooh. Ooh. Chat, we've got options. So, the question is now, do we stick with our Pidgey, or do we swap to a Spearow? Because Spearow and Pidgey, while part of the same group, aren't really the same inherently. They do things just a little bit differently, and hopefully no crit here. I'm probably just going to go ahead and catch this Spearow. So let's go ahead and get that taken care of here. So let's go ahead and Pokeball out. Excellent, excellent. That should do it. Cool. So there is now our 6th Pokedex entry of caught Pokemon. Excellent. Tiny Bird Pokemon, and we're not going to give him a name. Alright, so now that we've got a full team, I am going to just dump in here just a little bit more just to see if we can't get ourselves a Mankey out of here. You will probably never see me catch a Rattata. I've never been a fan of the Pokemon, no matter what the year. It's never really been good. Raticate, it's got a couple of moves, and it's decently quick. Like, it's got decent speed, but there's just so much better options once you hit the late game. And there are just encounter after encounter after encounter. Okay. So, I don't think we're actually going to be able to get what we want here. We're going to go ahead and switch this Nidoran around with our Pidgey. Because Nidoran is going to give us a move that we need to defeat Rook in relatively easy fashion, and that is Double Kick. Love seeing a full party of Pokemon on the recovery bed. Again, they hope to see me again. I have no doubt you will. I have absolutely no doubt you will be seeing me again. And actually, at this very moment, I'm going to go ahead and save here. And ladies and gents, I'm just going to leave you with this music real quick. I've got a dog here. His name is Dagon. He's wonderful, and he's telling me that he needs to go outside. So we're going to take a very, very brief intermission here. I'm just going to go ahead and leave music running, and we will be right back. Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that delay there, and we are back. So my dog's a full-size lab golden retriever mix. Wonderful dog, love him to death, but he does have to use the restroom just like the rest of us. Alrighty, so Nidoran here. Oof. Just go ahead and switch those around. I never understood why, with certain Pokemon in Gen 1, it actually had status effect moves above the attacking ones. You know, for a lot of kids starting out, I'm not certain that they would have actually known what to do. Thinking that Growling was just going to take care of it. Now, if we can just get this Caterpie just to continuously string shot us, I'd like to get a couple levels under my Nidoran here. I don't see Nidoran being able to go toe-to-toe with that level 11 Diglett yet. I really don't. And while it might be possible for me to go ahead and take on that Diglett, I'm probably going to lose half my team to do so. So we're just going to do a little bit of training here. We're going to get our Nidoran up a few levels, try to get to the point where it knows Double Kick, and then we're going to go ahead and continue on forward and take out Brock. And for anyone just joining the stream, thank you for viewing today. We definitely appreciate it. Alright, so my Nidoran here, gaining some good experience. Now, I think I still have a trainer left here in Viridian Forest that I can farm for a little bit of experience, if you will. So, we're going to make our way back. Alright, he's been fought. And I should have one right up here. Yep. Thought so. And hopefully this right here is going to be our battle that will level up our Nidoran. Alright. Bugcatcher sent out a Weedle. Alright. Now, the good thing about a Nidoran. So, going forward, even from Gen 1, Nidoran is a poison. So it's going to be very, very strong against this Weedle's Poison Sting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to leave out the Nidoran for this whole battle. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We're just going to let Nidoran do some work. Alright, speed keeps falling. That's fine. Tackle does almost nothing because of the level differential here. But that's alright. We're going to just keep on plugging. And as you can see, that Weedle just can't really do much to us, which is really nice. I really, really like the fact that Nidorans are available so early on. It's actually something that years ago I had missed during my initial run-throughs playing this when they came out. Hey, thanks for the follow, Legend. Definitely appreciate it. Hopefully you'll stay around, see where this team ends up going. We're going to try to aim for the Elite Four. You know, they told me, that I wanted to be the very best like no one ever was. And yet, I know a lot of kids that beat the Elite Four, so, maybe there's a sort of a line to what best is in this world. Alright, another speed loss. We're just going to keep tackling away at this Weedle because he can't really do anything to us. We're still at over half health. We've got a 4-level differential. This thing should have died by now. Alright. Now, hopefully this will give us enough experience. Maybe we can even get to level 4 here. I don't think it's going to be enough. But level 5's good. What's he got? A Kakuna? Yeah, we're going to keep in Nidoran. Let's see where this goes. And, of course, it's Harden time. Now, eventually this Kakuna will not be able to harden anymore, which is a ways away. One of the problems fighting in the Viridian Forest has always been just sitting here, attacking into a Kakuna. Now, I'm worried about running out of tackle here, because I don't want to sit here and growl at this thing for 20 minutes. I really don't feel like doing that, but I'd like to get all the experience in this Nidoran. Now, what I might do is I might switch to either my Pidgey or my Spearow, just to throw a little bit of experience in them. Like I said before, I'm not really planning on training my Weedle or my Caterpie. I just don't think that that's the right call. they just end up being box Pokemon. So we'll see what happens. There are a couple of really, fun moves that Beedrill can learn, the evolution of Weedle. But, again, for the late game, there's really a lot of better options. And even right now, there's a lot of really good options that we have that can really stick with us. One of those is Nidoran. It's a defense powerhouse. I would have preferred a male, but, things happen. Now, there is a way through an in-game trade with an NPC that we can get a male Nidoran, and yeah, we're going to have to switch over. Let's go ahead and go with Spearow. Now, Spearow and Pidgey, while close in actual, overall power at this point, Spearow has a much better move pool from the onset. Spearow gets Pecked to start with, and having a special attack move from the get-go is just incredible. Now, if Gust would have been a flying move, like in future generations, we'd be even better off. Yeah, we'll go ahead and throw out our Nidoran there, just so that we can get a little bit of experience share on there. And then we're going to switch right back to our Spearow. And I really, really hate that in Gen 1 that Bug really... It didn't get the shot that it deserved. Bug was only strong against Psychic, but there weren't any good Bug moves. And even your strongest Bug-type Pokemon, your Pincers, your Scythers, things like that, they really didn't learn any Bug moves. So you were stuck in this sort of limbo where, you could have a Bug Pokemon to take on people like Sabrina in the Psychic Gym, but you really weren't going to do anything to them with it. It was really frustrating for a lot of trainers. Alright, our Nidoran's now level 7. Good deal. And Spearow here is going to gain a little more XP. Not quite a full level up, but we're also going to get a few bucks from this bug catcher here, which is fine. $70. Cannot complain. And this is why we picked up antidotes. So we're going to go ahead and apply that there to our Spearow and get back on the Dusty Trail. So let's go ahead and go through here. We're just going to shortcut this a little bit. Short path. Alright. So, now we've got a decision to make. We can either try to take our team and put them up against that level 11 Diglett for the first trainer, or we can choose not to do that. Now, I'm actually really glad I did catch a Spearow. That's going to help out with some of the EXP gain here, just because I needed something that was going to be stronger to the bugs. I don't mind taking on hardened Metapods, but I need something super effective to actually want to fight them. If not, it's very tedious. If you've played this before, you will know it can be extreme tedium, just trying to farm out Metapods. And of course, super effective. Nidoran gained some experience. Spearow, enough to level up. Excellent. And that was the goal. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and continue out of the Viridian Forest. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go up to the Pokemon Center. And we're going to get our party healed up, because I need more tackles. And of course, that's just letting you know that earn some XP if you're in battle at all. Right, we're just going to heal everybody real quick. And I want to say to everyone watching the stream, again, I can't get over this. This remake of this with color is just gorgeous. Mod team put a ton of work into this. I want to give them a huge thank you. Because really, this is exactly how I remember Pokemon. This is, in my mind, it was in full color. It was a beautiful world to look at. It was very immersive and vibrant. Pokemon, for a lot of people, is, sort of a nostalgia trip. And I would say, for me, it is. not just because I've played the games a lot, but more because of the community that built around it. For anyone that wasn't, around for it, Pokémania. It's something that really hasn't been experienced in a while as far as something for kids. I mean, it was so widely accepted that realistically, if you were a child in the late 90s, unless your parents didn't like Pokemon, you probably played Pokemon. Or you at least knew what it was. You watched the show, you did something. So we're just going to go ahead and farm out some EXP here. Get a few tackles in on this Rattata. I really wish that my Nidoran here had a little bit higher speed. I'd like for our crits to be a little bit more frequent, but that's okay. And there's the scratch for our Nidoran. So what does that mean now? It means we can stay out here longer and train up our Nidorans until it has double kick. Alright. Wild Pidgey appeared. This is just not even going to be fair. We're going to move that up into the spot. Now, Scratch is a slightly higher power move than Tackle, which is really nice. It's nice having the dual move. We will lose our Tackle first. That's going to be the first move I'm going to forget. Now, another reason to grab a Nidoran, either male or female from the beginning of the game, is because you can teach this thing a lot of different HMs. You can teach it Strength. You can teach it Cut. You can teach it Surf. There's very little that a Nidoran can't learn, which makes it a very, very versatile Pokemon in Gen 1, and even beyond. Actually, one of my favorite tactics to use in Pokemon Yellow, where you're stuck with a Pikachu to begin with, is to get a Nidoran from the get-go just to take on Brock. It's basically the only way you can progress forward in the game. I mean, you can go with a Mankey as well, but I just have always felt like the Nidoran just had a little bit better utility. Either way you go, Mankey or Nidoran, you're gonna be stuck being weak to Psychic, like most things in this generation. But the thing being is that you have a little bit more utility with your Nidoran. Yeah, you can teach Scratch to your Mankey, or not Scratch, but Cut to your Mankey, but realistically I'd rather have the slightly better move pool and not be stuck to a single typing. So we're just going to fight a couple of these guys here. Let me just grab my cable here. My controller is dying. One moment, guys. Alrighty, cable's in, and we are back. Just didn't want to lose communication there. And our Nidoran is well on its way. So, let's see if we can't go ahead and get to level 9 here. Now, again, I don't think this is going to be enough to take on that Weedle. I'd really, really like for it to be good enough to take on that Diglett that we have here in Brock's gym. But I don't know. I'd feel a lot more confident with a couple more levels under Nidoran. But we're just going to go ahead and get this thing up to like level 11, level 12. Level 11 should be good enough for what we're wanting to do. And it actually shouldn't take too long at this point. Alright. Of course, we got another Scratch in there. Pidgey fainted. Excellent. Alright. Let's go ahead and try to find a couple more little Pokemon here. Okay, Wild Pidgey appeared. Let's do this. All right. I'm going to go ahead. You know what? I'm actually going to switch out my tackle with my scratch. I just feel like that's going to be a better option for us here. Ah! It's a crit. Crits are bad. Well, not from my side of the table, but from theirs, that's definitely bad. Let's hope to God we don't get critted on again. Oh! Oh. Yeah, this Nidoran took a beating. Okay, and there we go. And welcome to viewer number 4. How we doing today, Droop Dog? Feel free to post in the chat. And if you're just joining us, we are getting our Pokemon ready to take on Brock. That is the whole purpose of this here. We need a move that can actually hurt his rock types. So I'm going to aim for getting double kick on this Nidoran, and we will see where it goes. Alright, excellent. Pokemon are fighting fit once again. Now, like I said, I don't have any real confidence that I can beat that Diglett at this point and keep my team. My Bulbasaur is just a bit too weak. I know if I get this double kick on my Nidoran, I can make it work. That's probably going to be my best option here. Not the fastest option, but, you know, what's good and what's, you know, quick aren't usually the same thing in Pokemon. So we're going to go ahead and just double scratch this Caterpie. We just need about, well, I'd say about another 100 or so experience and be to level 10. And there's a little bit of experience there. Excelente. Okay. Alright. Pidgey, let's do this. Oh, wow. Yeah. Now, if we can just get like 7 or 8 more of those, we'll be in great shape. We'll gain levels very, very quickly. And I had considered using a speed modifier for this. I really had. You guys tell me what you think. If you'd like for me in the future to speed this up by 2 or 4 times, it's definitely doable. But I figured for this stream today, we just play it in real time. Again, this isn't a speed run, anything like that. This is just moving through Kanto. We're going to try to catch Mew in Cerulean City via an exploit from Red and Blue, and there's our level 10. Which only need about 70 experience for that. Excellent. So I think once we get to level 11 with our Nidoran, we should be okay to go ahead and take on that first, you know, junior trainer in Brock's gym. I think that's really going to be our path here. Could I take him on now? There's a pretty decent chance I could. But I'd rather go into Brock already knowing double kick. I think that occurs at level 12 here, if I remember correctly. So we'll just see where it goes. And if you use a Rattata as a trainer, there's nothing wrong with that. Just know that everyone thinks less of you. Oh, that was terrible. And there he goes. Alrighty. So let's just go ahead and finish out these last couple of levels here. Get them taken care of. And then we will go ahead and get going on Brock. Okay. I think at this point, just because the levels we're starting to see, it's getting very, very hard to gain any real significant experience at this point. I think after this Rattata here, we're going to go ahead and just send it. We might, you know, get knocked out a couple of times. That's fine. You don't get up from not being knocked down. So let's just see if we can take care of this. Okay. Now let's go ahead and heal on up. Get everything back to a good level. Okay. And again, they want to see me again. If someone could explain to me why they're so happy that 10-year-olds carrying around monsters are getting pummeled by other people and other monsters, please let me know. You have to be a sadist to want to be a Nurse Joy. Alright, so we've got the junior trainer here. Feeling a lot more confident now that we've got a Nidoran. Very glad I backtracked on that. Let's go ahead. Now, he's got a Diglett here. Thankfully, this Diglett does not know Dig. That would have been catastrophic for anyone playing this game now or even years ago. Dig is just extremely powerful against a lot of things. It's a very high base attack move anyway. So, we'll just see where we go here. And we got our crit. Cool. Diglett is gone. Nidoran, good experience. Excellent. Level 11. And halfway to level 12. And, you know, I think to start with, we're just going to go ahead and stick with our Nidoran here. I know that this Sandshrew is not going to be out. It's going to be outsped. But, oh no. That's not what I wanted to see. Accuracy drops in Gen 1 were pretty oppressive. It was really a bad time. And now we have the part of the game where we sit here and spam the A button on our scratch attack until it actually makes contact. Ooh. Ooh, that hurt. I can take one more scratch as long as it's not a crit, and it's not a range. As long as it's not a range, we're gonna be okay. It was a range. Okay, we're not okay. Alright, Bulbasaur. Now, I was really hoping to get a bit more experience for my Nidoran. I probably should have swapped out there, but that's okay. Not a big deal. I think Bulbasaur is going to be able to take care of the Sandshrew. And we've got Leech Seed on it, so we're going to be able to keep our health up while draining it. It's fine. I still have very, very low confidence going into Brock. I'm not even going to beat around the bush with that. His Geodude knows Defense Curl as well as Tackle, so again, not really looking forward to the fight with the Geodude. The Onix is actually bearable. There's ways to cheese out the Onix win. You just have to, slow him down, get him at your speed. Using Bide is great against you because you can just avoid it just by using status change moves, so that he doesn't get the level up power. Okay, light uses time, it measures distance. Nice. So I got another $200 here. We're just going to go ahead and head back to the Pokemon Center, get healed up, and it's always such a decision. Because right now, we've got $800. I could just go ahead and spend the money. We're going to lose half of it if we end up getting beaten. It's fine. This early in the game, that's not that big of a deal. Late game, it can really hurt. But for now, I think we're going to be okay just, keeping our money. Now, one thing I am going to do is I am going to go to this mart, and I'm going to get a couple of potions. Because this one, unlike the Viridian Mart, actually does sell potions. So, maybe our shopkeep there on Route 1 is just a bit slow. Doesn't quite know. Now, as far as it goes here, I'm going to go ahead and lead off with my Nidoran. I think that that's going to be the best option here. Actually, I've got another tactic I want to try. We're going to start off with our Bulbasaur. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to immediately Leech Seed that Geodude. And if we can throw the Leech Seed on him, we can go ahead and swap out to our Nidoran without too much fear of actually dying quickly. Now, it's still going to be a little bit rough. We're still going to have to make sure we don't get hit too much, not too many crits. But if we can get our crits of our own, we can really do some damage to this Geodude. So let's go ahead and Leech Seed the Geodude. We're there. We got him. Cool. So there's that first defense curl. And there's the Leech Seed in effect. So with that, we're going to go ahead and switch to our Nidoran. And we are going to get into this fight now. Okay, so Geodude, another defense curl. And there's the Leech Seed coming in. So the Leech Seed's going to do 1-2 damage a turn to him. Of course, our physical moves are not good against the Geodude. So not really much we can do there. And of course, the one special attack we have right now is a flying move, which is weak versus ground. And there's Tackle 1. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually growl this Geodude a couple of times just to get its attack down. That way it's doing almost nothing. I think we can pretty easily win this, but really the Onix is going to be our challenge here. Another growl, just to get that attack down just a little bit more. And now we can go ahead and start with our scratches. And of course, it's not very effective. That's okay. It doesn't need to be very effective. It just needs to hit. And hit it does. Not very hard, but it is hitting. So I know Mr. Potterfield's here at work, Mr. Kia's Legend. Just want to thank you again for staying on the stream with me here, sir. Definitely appreciate all the viewers I can get. And we're hoping for at least this stream run that we can go ahead and get to Vermillion before we take a short intermission. But we'll see exactly where we can get. Alright. And if there's any suggestions for the stream, anything you'd like to see on here, I was going to leave your stream up. Tamara. Batteries. Appreciate it. Hey, no. Key, I definitely appreciate you staying in, man. Just having the viewership is awesome. You know, just getting started out here, anyone we can get to watch the videos is just going to be a big boon for me. So, I definitely appreciate it. It's huge. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and Leech Seed the Onix again, because, again, this is the scary one. This is the one that I don't have a lot of confidence in. If that Onix uses Bide, we're in some serious trouble. So, and of course, our Nidoran is not, and there's the Bide. I knew it was coming. Well, thank you. I definitely appreciate it. You know, I've been playing games for, oh god, too many years. I don't want to reveal an age just yet, but I've been playing for quite some time. This was one of those series that picked up as a kid, and it was just a huge impact on my life. There will be other things being streamed on this channel, FPSs, things like that. You know, I've got varied interests as far as games go. Oh, and here comes the big Bide, releasing it back double. Thank God I do almost no damage to this Onix. You know, I might have been, or it may just be that 91's my favorite number. I think you hit it on the head, though, man. No, yeah, I come out of 91. I was there for the old Pokémania. I absolutely loved that time in history. It was a very, very unique time. I mean, you had people of, you know, all backgrounds. Your name is actually Kyle, and you're born in 91. Well, my name is not Kyle. That's just the name I chose for my trainer, but that's hilarious. Awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, this runs for you, then. This is your journey now. So we're going to see the wonderful adventure of Kia's Legend, a.k.a. Kyle here, and we're going to we're going to see exactly how well he does here as a Pokemon Master. So we're slowly whittling away at the Onix again. I really didn't have a lot of confidence going into this battle, just because we're way under-leveled for this. Thankfully, this is not a further generation on. If it was, this Onix and actually the Geodude would both know Rock Throw. And that makes this an extremely hard fight, especially if you decided, hey, yeah, I like Bulbasaur. Who doesn't want, you know, a plant dinosaur? What I'm going to do now, because we do have that Beach Seed going, I'm going to go ahead and switch out to my Nidoran, just so that I can get this thing to level 12 before we exit this battle. Again, we're having a really good time against the Onix here. Really glad that Brock doesn't use potions. It would make this a lot longer of a fight, but we will see. But no, Pokémania back in the 90s, it was absolutely incredible. It was something entirely different. Everyone, you know, was into it. You had people of all backgrounds, people that, you know, were friends, enemies, everyone was into it. I think that's going to be your phone connection there, Ren. Kyle, can you go ahead and tell me if my stream's looking okay there, man? Because I'm not showing any problems on my side, but it could be something on one of our viewers' end here. Okay, so stream's all good. Definitely appreciate it. Must be a problem on your end, Ren. Hopefully we can get that figured out and you can get back to enjoying some Pokemon in the way it was intended. So, of course, Brock is going to give us Bide here. That's one of those TMs that isn't probably going to be used too much by me. It has some utility, but, you know, we'll just have to see where it goes. Okay, so let's see how we're doing here. So we're going to go ahead and head back to our Pokemon Center, get healed up, because that trainer off to the east now, blocking our way to get to Mount Moon, is now taken care of. And of course, we are also proud owners of the Boulder Badge, so let's go ahead and throw that up there. That way we can keep track of which badges we are going to be needing to get going forward. Now, of course, as anyone might tell you, you know, a Clefable would be cool. You know, we can probably get a Clefairy. I've been pretty decent at actually catching some of the rarer Pokemon out there. So we'll see if we can't get a Clefairy. As far as getting it up to a Clefable, we'll see. I could probably evolve it pretty immediately. I do need to save at least one Moonstone, just so that I can get my Nidoran, once it becomes a Nidorina, into a Nidoqueen. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw TM34 into our storage here, because we really don't need it. It is going to take up an extra spot, and for anyone that doesn't know, there should be, yep, there is a starting potion in here. That is a generational thing. Panna's hat, Brock. Okay. We will not forget that, Red. Okay. So let's go ahead and we're going to attempt to get some trainers battled with here and make our way over to Mount Moon. Now, north here, we could go and we could see the Pokemon Museum. Don't really need to do that at this point. So we're just going to go ahead and head north. We're going to take care of this bug catcher here. And we're going to start really building up the rest of our team members here. We need to start getting some experience for the rest of our crew. So we're going to go ahead and just take care of this Caterpie. Hopefully we can get a trainer out here. And I know there's a couple out here that do have Kakunas and Weedles, so that'll be good for our Nidoran. And, of course, if we can get Kakuna or Metapod to get taken care of with our Spearow, we will get him leveled up. Now, it is entirely possible just to run this game with just one Pokemon without even evolving. It's been done many, many times. There's lots of different streamers, YouTubers, etc. That do that, so we'll just go ahead and see where we can go from here. Alrighty. And we'll just go ahead and keep that out for the Weedle for now. Again, we're not weak to poison. We're actually resistant to it, so we should be alright. Get our tackle action going on here. It's really, really nice to see that Poison Sting literally does nothing. Now, that doesn't mean that Bulbasaur cannot get poisoned. It's just very, very, very resistant to poison-type moves. Can you get poisoned as a poison type? Yes. It's entirely possible. Gen 1, you're not immune. And I just want to thank everybody just joining the stream now. We are getting ready to head into Mount Moon. We've got a level 13 Bulbasaur, as you can see there on the left. Everything will keep updating. And we're just going to... Ooh, yes, finally, Vine Whip. And another Caterpie here. You know, let's go ahead and get some EXP sharing going on here. I'm not, like I said before, I'm not really going to level up my bugs here. I am going to go ahead and get this Spearow into a battle. And then I'm going to swap this out pretty immediately with my Nidoran. Just because it's really, really close to leveling up on the Spearow. And, of course, we're halfway there on our Nidoran. But that Spearow wasn't going to take but about 2 hits from this wonderful Caterpie here. Okay, moving on through here. Let's go ahead and get this bug catcher taken care of. That way we can move on to the real fights. Alrighty, so this Caterpie's about done for. And that's going to be the battle with the bug catcher. Nidoran gained a little bit, Spearow gained a little bit, not enough to level them up, but we're getting there. $100, not bad, can't complain, never will complain about free in this game. So we're going to go ahead and just take on a few of these trainers. I never understood why this guy likes talking about his shorts. I always wanted to think that that was a Bart Simpson reference, you know, the Eat My Shorts thing, but who knows. He likes them, they're soft, you know, I respect it, buddy. So just so we don't have to keep running back to Poké Center, we're going to go ahead and Leech Seed our Rattata here. Now, it did quick attack us. If it were to crit that, we'd probably get knocked out. Let's hopefully that doesn't happen here. Wow, 1 HP. Back up to 2. Vine Whip in. Let's see how that does. Now, my Bulbasaur has decent special. Not incredible, but it has decent special. And of course, another quick attack from the Rattata. Just oppressive. Oh no, the defense fell. And of course, the Leech Seed saps him. We'll see if we can't take him out with just a couple more scratches here, because that Leech Seed is putting in some work. And there's our scratch, and Rattata's down. Now, I'm not sure if this is the correct call, taking on the Ekans with Nidoran. Obviously, there's not going to be much that, you know, is going to be able to do special move-wise, but enough Leers and a decent attack could do some decent damage. I'm not going to say it's going to knock me out in one hit. Oh, no. And there it is. That right there is going to end the battle. So what we're going to have to do here is we are going to have to switch. Because, yeah, Wrap is one of those moves in Gen 1 that was very unfair. And Leer and Wrap Ekans was actually very, very, very meta. There's the Poison Sting, thank God. Hopefully it does very little damage. And there's our Scratch. Enough damage? Nope. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and send out something that can at least survive maybe one hit. So maybe our Weedle here? If he hits me with a Poison Sting, I'm actually going to be okay. Nope, and there's the wrap, and that's going to be it for our Weedle. Yep, and that is Weedle down. I was really hoping that wouldn't happen. Yeah, well, that's fine. We're going to go ahead and switch out with our Spearow here. Now, because it's probably going to wrap us, we're going to go ahead and potion up on our Nidoran. Because it just has better defense right now than our Bulbasaur. And there's a Poison Sting from the Ekans. And, of course, Spearow gets poisoned. Alright, so now we're just going to switch back to our Nidoran here. Hopefully we don't get wrapped. If we get wrapped, this is going to be a very, very different fight from what I was really hoping for. Ah, and there's the wrap. Every time. Every time. Hopefully it's a weak one. Thankfully it didn't crit. Gen 1 crits continue all the way throughout the move cycle, so if the first move's a crit, they're all a crit. Both a good and a bad thing. And there's our Nidoran leveled up to 13. And our Spearow grew to level 6. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So that youngster Kyle got defeated. We're doing well. All right. Excellent. And of course, we still have our Poison Spearow. I probably should have went back and healed, but we'll see if we can just make it through. I have very, very, very low confidence in this. Probably should have healed. And there's the quick attack from the Rattata. I'm going to go ahead and potion up here. Now, if I can get against something that doesn't have, you know, any real physical moves or something that I think is just going to just outright go ahead and just attack me, I might swap over to Bulbasaur. Just because if I can get a Leech Seed set, I will be okay. Now, I am starting to get a little bit scared with these two Tail Whips. He sets up a third Tail Whip. We're going to be in trouble if he gets a good hit off. But of course, this is Gen 1. And the quote-unquote smart AI was very smart, let's say. You know what? We'll do a Nidoran on Nidoran. Make you fight your brethren. So we're just going to scratch this thing until it passes out. Oh no, and we get hit with the Horn Attack. That's not good. I think this could put us under. I think it's going to put us under. We're under. Alright, let's go ahead and we're going to go with our Pidgey here, just so I can heal up my Bulbasaur. And all of my team is extremely under-leveled for all this, if you haven't noticed. This isn't really the optimal, but we will get there. And a Tackle Critical takes care of the Nidoran male. Excellent. And there we are. The last was defeated. We got another $150. We're actually doing a little bit better than I thought we would. Now, I know I'm poisoned here. It's going to sound terrible. I am going to let my Spearow go ahead and faint. No real advantage to not letting it faint, so we will see. And the Spearow fainted. So, what we did there is we preserved another antidote. Alright. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to get some levels on a couple of our lower level Pokemon. Specifically, I want to level up this Spearow. So, let's just go ahead and switch our Spearow around here with our Bulbasaur. Now, we're not going to necessarily be leaving him in battle, because he's very weak. Level 5, level 6, not great for this point in the game. Usable, yeah, but optimal, definitely not. So, we're we're just going to go ahead and push on through here. And of course, we got our battle here. Let's go ahead and get to it with a lass. So what do you have? You've got a Pidgey. Not that big of a deal. We are going to swap out our Spearow here just because I don't have a lot of confidence in that Pidgey. So now the question is, do we want to go for Bulbasaur or do we want to go for our Nidoran? So our Nidoran needs 232 to level. Our Bulbasaur needs 63. So we're going to go ahead and swap out with Bulbasaur just to get our party moving a little bit. Alright. So Pidgey's going to go ahead and use Gust. Not a big deal. It does some more damage than it did back in Pallet Town, but again, this Bulbasaur is bulky enough to where it can just throw its weight around and be alright. And Pidgey Gusts, once again, I'm going to go ahead and keep tackling. I think that seems like the right option here. And the sand attacks just keep on coming. My two least favorite Gen 1 moves, Sand Attack and Wrap. Both are pretty much, they're not run enders, but they do hurt. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get our Spearow back out again. Go up against this Pidgey just to show some face. You know, you need to show that you are the bird Pokemon, and you're not to be trifled with. And then Bulbasaur will come on back out. We're going to hit with a couple more Gusts here. Not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and Leech Seed it if we can. And there we go. So Pidgey's going to go ahead and Gust us a couple of times. Not a big deal. So that took 6. How much are we going to heal back from that? 1. I hate using potions like this. I really do. I'm not usually a big item user, but I'd really like to get through this one going forward without any more whiting out. So we're going to try to Vine Whip our Pidgey. We know that it's, you know, resistant to it. Just needed to see what sort of damage we were getting there. Not great. But our Leech Seed's still active. We've got plenty of time here. Now all we need to do is just hit a couple more of these tackles and we will be on our way. No hit on the tackle. That's bad. On now. Alrighty. I just want to take a moment to thank all the new followers out there. Ren Potterfield, Key is Legend. Definitely appreciate the follow. And we will be coming to you pretty continuously. Won't be every single day, still getting a schedule together, but we'll see what we can do to fill your Pokemon entertainment needs. And others, for that matter. Bulbasaur's not faring too well here, actually. It's kind of depressing. These sand attacks, man, I swear, they do everything. And of course, accuracy's really low. Is this Gust gonna take us out? No, but it's close. Next one will. We're gonna go ahead and preemptively switch to our Nidoran, just so that way we don't have the accuracy drop. And hopefully, we can outspeed the Pidgey. So we're gonna go ahead and hit it with a Scratch, see what that does. Now, this may not be enough to level up our Spearow now. Oh wow, actually it was. Great. So Spearow is now level 7, Nidoran gained a little bit, and Bulbasaur gained enough to become level 14. Even better. Excellent. That's what we like to see. And she thinks we're mean. Well, you're the one that decided to fight me by staring at me. So I can't really feel bad. So heading on back to our Poké Center here, we're just going to go ahead and get everybody healed up. And continue our trek towards Mount Moon. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Oh, don't worry, you will be seeing me again. I have no doubt about that. Alright, so we've taken out those trainers. I think we've got another... That's either going to be a lad or I don't think it's a bug catcher. But we're going to go ahead and keep Sparrow as our number 1, because we want to get some extra experience with our Sparrow here. Oh, wow, excellent. So it was a bug catcher. So what do we have here? A Weedle. I'm not feeling really confident that Sparrow can take care of this alone, but you know what? If we can outspeed the Weedle, maybe a couple of pecks will take care of it. Oh, yeah, that's going to be just fine. And, of course, it missed with the one move that I was really scared of, which was the string shot. Because a speed reduction here would mean I couldn't just keep the Sparrow in. So this should just allow us just to keep plugging away with our wonderful pecker here. And no. Kakuna? What do you mean, Kakuna? No problems with our Kakuna. And another peck should easily take care of that. And there we go. Super effective. Our Spearow just leveled up to level 8. Our goal for the Spearow is to hit level 10 by the time we hit Mount Moon, but not sure if that's quite going to happen. We'll just have to see how lucky we get here. So Peck, of course, is going to be super effective against our Caterpie here. Oh, wow. Almost, almost a one hit. So I think our Spearow here is actually going to be able to easily hit level 9 this battle. Level 10 will be about a quarter of the way there. So I have to see. Oh, wow, another crit. Gotta love those critical hits. All based off speed in Gen 1. And there we go. Level 9 Spearow. And actually, a little more than a quarter of the way there. Clear. Not a super important move, but we'll see how it goes. Alright. So we're just going to keep plugging through the trainers here. Another bug catcher. This is great, actually, for our flying types. And even though it's level 11, I don't think that's going to be a problem for our Spearow. Yeah, our Spearow's slightly lower level, but we have a super effective moveset, so that's really going to help us here. And a couple of pecks, and we will just get this Caterpie out of the way. Boom, boom. Out go the lights. And our Spearow here. Oh yeah, we're going to keep it in for the Metapod. And we're just going to see where this goes. Now, strangely, this Metapod outspeeds me. I'm really surprised by that. Again, it is 2 levels higher. It is an evolved form, so it's got a bit of a boost, but I don't know. That's a little disheartening there, that I'm being outsped by a Metapod. Alrighty, Metapod's down, got him all taken care of. I don't think that's going to be enough to, you know, get us halfway to 11, but at least get us a quarter of the way there. And of course, our Spearow's now level 10. Now, like I said before, I was really kind of debating whether to keep my Pidgey or my Spearow. And I think we're just going to end up sticking with Spearow for this run-through. I don't want to say that's the better decision. It is a slightly better Pokemon, even though it only has one evolved form. And while you might notice I'm not battling these, I'm actually looking for a couple of very, very specific Pokemon here. One of them being a Jigglypuff. So can we outspeed the Jigglypuff? Yes, we can. Heck's doing about 20% of his total health, so let's see. Sable keeps missing, thank you. And thankfully the Sing doesn't affect my Spearow at the moment. And neither did that one. Wow. Did not really think that Spearow would one-man that, but here we are. And we're level 11. Excellent, we've beaten our goal for Mount Moon, and we have gotten there. Alright. Now we're just going to head over here. We got another trainer here that really isn't going to do anything for us. Yes, I know that walk through Mount Moon really takes it out of you, doesn't it? Alright, and we have made it to the Mount Moon Pokemon Center. So this guy right here you can buy a Magikarp from. We're not going to do that. We are going to learn here for the first time about Team Rocket, though, from a news article that this guy's reading. You don't actually see Team Rocket until you're in Mount Moon, so this is the first time you actually hear that they're even here. Alright. Continuing on out. Let's go ahead and head into Mount Moon here. So, for Mount Moon, we're going to take a little bit different approach. We're going to go ahead and switch our Nidoran up, because we need to get that leveled up until it learns Double Kick. So, Wild Zubats. So now the question is, do I actually want to catch one of these for the Dex? Because Leash Life is really... Ooh, yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and catch this one. I think we've got enough Pokeballs here that even if we don't have a ton of them for our encounter, with hopefully a Clefairy, we will still have enough Pokeballs here to actually do that. So let's see what we got. Zubat added. No nickname for the Zubat, and that's going to someone's PC. Okay. And another Zubat, of course. This one, I actually don't think we're even going to fight that. We'll just go ahead and take care of that by running away. And grab our item here. Potion, always useful. And we're just going to start battling some trainers. So far in this session, we've gotten the Boulder Badge. We do have, you know, a full party. Got a couple more Pokemon in the box as well, so doing okay. Really can't complain at this point in our run-through. And of course, that Poison Sting is going to do absolutely nothing. Big advantage in Nidoran once again this generation. That Poison typing really coming in clutch. And there we go. Nidoran killed out the Weedle, and we are moving on to Kakuna. So I think for this, just because we can, might just go ahead and throw our Spearow in. But we do need that experience on the Nidoran, so we'll opt to go ahead and keep the Nidoran in for now. Just hope for a good couple scratches here, maybe a crit. Crit would be nice. And more scratches. And we'll just keep scratching away here. Taken care of. Okay. And this Cocoon is just going to keep hardening. All there is to it. Harden is now completely ineffective for that Kakuna, which is exactly what we were hoping for here. And thank you, MRKT. MRKT's buddy of mine volunteered to mod the chat. And there's our Poison Sting on our Nidoran. Kyle gave us a little... We have a little bit more money as our Kyle here. We'll go ahead and take on this last as well. Why not? And we've got a nice Clefairy to fight here. We're going to go ahead and start off with a Poison Sting. And excellent. We went ahead and poisoned the Clefairy. Excellent. Really like to see that. And you're hurt by the poison. Yeah, excellent. So we do outspeed the Clefairy, which is always a nice advantage to have. That crit, though, really does hurt. Oh no, that's not what we wanted to see. A Sing that actually puts us out. Yeah, I know. It's not looking good, Kyle, is it? Oh no! I wish I could. If it wasn't a trainer battle, or if this was Rocket Edition, I could definitely catch this Clefairy. Would love to. I am still looking for one, though. Don't worry. We're in Mount Moon now. We've got a really, really good possibility of finding one here. It is a rare in this dungeon, but I still think we've got a good chance. So just to keep our Nidoran alive, I'm going to go ahead and switch out to our Bulbasaur here. Oh, dude, don't be sorry. Not a big deal at all. No reason to be sorry. Go ahead and get a couple tackles in here with our Bulbasaur, and Clefairy should go down pretty easy. And there goes Clefairy. Nidoran gets a little bit of experience, so does Bulbasaur, and there's our last defeat. Alright, so because I don't have any Awakenings, I'm going to go ahead and just head back to the Pokemon Center real quick, get my Nidoran woke back up, because we are going to need him here in just a minute. Hey, no problem, no problem. We will be aiming to get a Clefairy here. That is my goal for you. Seeing as how you are our Pokemon champion in the making here, we do want to get a Clefairy. It will be a little bit rough, but I think we can make it work. Now that's a moveset. Blizzard, Thunderbolt, Double Edge, Jesus. And if it knew Minimize on top of that, you probably had a pretty hefty force to be reckoned with. So we're going to go ahead and go down this ladder. Now this isn't where we need to go. We need to keep going forward through Mount Moon, but there is a couple of little battles we can do down here and an item. So we're going to go ahead and walk all the way north here. Keep running from the Zubats. They're no real threat, just abundant. Maybe if we see a Geodude, we'll grab a Geodude, but found an HP up. That's going to be excellent for later in the game. And we'll go ahead and take on this Rocket Grunt. And you know, my Clefable, whenever I was rocking Clefable years ago, I ended up switching it out with a Chansey eventually. But mine, I think I remember it was running Minimize. I had Body Slam on it because Body Slam is just an incredible move. And I know as well that I ended up teaching it Strength. So The other move, I don't quite remember. It is really nice, though, that a lot of these Pokemon Gen 1, a lot of the normal types can learn a very, very wide variety of special moves. It makes the Elite Four a lot easier to deal with, because you can build, more of a jack-of-all-trades Pokemon as opposed to, your standard, hey, this is just a grass type, or this is just, a poison type. So we're just going to go ahead and take care of these trainers real quick. Exactly. I think in this run here, Tauros... Actually, I've got a funny story about Tauros. So, years ago, my first Pokemon game was Pokemon Red. And I remember that with my Pokemon Red version, I actually did complete my Pokedex. I ended up having all 150. And the last Pokemon that I caught, and I remember this distinctly because it took me... I don't even want to guess the amount of hours it took me to actually finally catch a Tauros in the Safari Zone. But it was the last Pokemon I ever caught in Red, and it was the one that completed my Pokedex. I had every other starter, had fully leveled them up. I had all the trade evolution Pokemon. We were in it. And the thing is that it's always the Safari Zone that gets me. That's really the one area where I actually find it the hardest to catch Pokemon. I'd rather go and take on Zapdos or Moltres, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before I did that. Exactly. Oh, that's not what I needed to see. Why do we need confusion? Alright, I know you're confused. Oh, and you hurt yourself. This is one of those stop hitting yourself moments. Oh no. As long as this Zubat doesn't use Leech Life and we don't keep hitting ourselves, this isn't looking good for this Nidoran. And there's the Leech Life. That's going to be super effective. That might just drop us out here. No! Surprisingly. Nidoran, confuse no more. Thank you. Scratch, is it going to take it out? Yes, it did. Excellent. Cool, so Nidoran stays up. It gains a level. And we are good. The rocket is down. I got 330 for winning, so now we're just going to go ahead and, because our Nidoran... Ooh, we're really hurting. Let's go ahead and grab our potion here, and we're actually going to use it on our... What do we think, chat? Should we go ahead and heal up the Bulbasaur, or should we heal up the Nidoran? Because both are roughly the same level. But I don't know. I know we don't technically have to use a potion here at the moment, but let's just see where it goes. We're going to go ahead and go Nidoran real quick, and hopefully that's the right decision. Hopefully that gets us through the rest of Mount Moon. Alright. So let's head back to the main cave area now. That way we can go ahead and continue on through, making our way through the wonderful Mount Moon. Oh, I've always wondered, why is it that no one's out here just harvesting Zubat? You definitely could. There's nothing, saying that you couldn't just throw, a load of nets over them or anything. Alright, so we've got a Geodude here. I'd really like to get one just to add to the dex, but it's going to be very resistant to my tackles, and I'd rather just maintain my health. Yeah, that's not doing enough. We're just going to go ahead and pass up on a Geodude for now. We can get one a little bit later. That's not really a problem. Found another potion, so cool. We're going to go ahead and throw that at our Bulbasaur. Just because we're going to need Bulbasaur to take out some of these hikers. And we'll go ahead and get that swapped around in preparation for this. Alright. Don't sneak up on me. Ah, a super nerd. What do you have? A Magnemite. Okay. So this is going to be a little bit, this is going to be fun. So we're going to try to Leech Seed it. It evades it. That's not good. Alright, so our Magnemite's seated now. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and take some of his health. I really don't think this is going to do enough. Nope. This is a fairly tough Magnemite. Okay. So the Leech Seed's still putting in work. Vine Whip seems to be doing, I'd say, about 1/5 of the health maybe per hit. And Bulbasaur's going to get a little bit of health back here, and we're going to put down the Magnemite. Ooh, for the Voltorb, we're going to try to Leech Seed it first, and then we might go ahead and switch. Ooh, that hurts. The Screech is, you know, it's there. It happens. So we Leech Seeded. And now we're just going to go ahead and we're going to go and swap into our Spearow, actually. I think that's actually going to be a decent choice here. I don't want to throw Nidoran in front of him yet. And a couple of Screeches is fine. Not really worried about that. Because it's just going to keep screeching. Hopefully it just keeps status affecting us. I think that would be a good way to go through this battle. And of course, Peck does almost nothing. And that tackle... Oh wow, that tackle though. Okay. So now... Go ahead and switch into our Nidoran, just to keep our... up. And the Screech failed. Excellent. And now we get to heal our Nidoran just a little bit. So we're going to go in with some scratches. It's going to keep screeching us. One good hit from this Voltorb, though, could put us down. And there's the tackle. Crit, only 4. Okay. We're in good shape. A little bit of a heal. And we will scratch again. And we are good. Excellent. And there goes the Pokemon nerd. There's actually some really cool things that, you know, are known, but not widely about the Pokemon series. So, I think number one, you may notice if you've ever played through this before, and if you've looked at the... Oh, excellent, rare candy. If you've played through this before, then you know that there is a gym leader called Blaine. He is realistically your 7th gym battle, 6th, you know, depending on what order you want to go. But Blaine's art completely changed in between, you know, the final days of editing. And that can be seen because if you look in the trainer guide for a red or blue, he has a completely different look. He was actually made out to be a military man, and there's actually a lot of little discrepancies within the Pokemon series of games. So Erica, the gym leader in Celadon, the grass-type trainer, why does her Pokeball float? You know, and if you look at certain little things, and I'll admit, I got this from another video, but if you look at her kimono, the way it's folded, it's more for funeral service. That's something the kimono fold I actually knew about, but I didn't actually pay close attention to it. Alright, so now we got a Metapod coming out, and we're just going to stick with our Spearow. I really don't think we have too much to worry about here. It's got enough speed now to where it's going to be able to outspeed the Metapod. The thing I've always wondered about all these bug catchers within Pokemon is, did you just find a Metapod and catch it? Like, obviously it couldn't move. You know, it's not going to do anything. But why are you still sitting on a Metapod? So, no. So, what I think originally happened is, if you notice, there is no gym in Lavender Town. And a lot of the concepts that were originally meant to be put into the original versions of the game were changed a little bit. So, we didn't interrupt her funeral for a gym badge, but there's a lot of thought to think that she was actually going to be the ghost-type trainer. She was going to be a ghost gym leader. And there was actually, in the very early stages, the concept days, when they were first showing it off at, you know, different events and things like that, there was actually a different first gym leader for Viridian. It was a flying type trainer. I'm trying to remember his name. It will come to me. But yeah, it was going to be a flying type trainer. It was going to be before Brock. And he was actually going to be your first badge. But that got changed. Brock, of course, in the anime was the first gym leader, so they didn't want to really change that up. They wanted to tie it in, fairly closely with the show. And I think they did a pretty good job of that. So we're going to go ahead and head on over here. After this battle, I'm probably going to escape rope out just to heal. But anyway, yeah, so there was supposed to be another gym. There was supposed to be different gym leaders. There was talk that, maybe that she was going to be a ghost-type trainer, but somewhere along the lines, she just ended up becoming the grass-type. So that is what we ended up with. And there's other little discrepancies within the first-gen games. Obviously, they're very far from perfect. They were glitchy as could be in a lot of cases. Well, it's, it's like the Blaine redesign. The Blaine redesign happened extremely late in development. I mean, the lab coat and glasses was never a thing. He had sideburns. He was a military man. I think that they just drew too many parallels between his character design and the character design of Lieutenant Surge in Vermillion. And they made him a professor instead, which I'm fine with that. It doesn't make him any less of a great trainer. I mean, he's obviously a decent trainer. He's a gym leader. Although that's not really saying much if you constantly are getting walked on by 10-year-olds. So for the Bellsprout here, the Bellsprout knows Rap, and that's really, really worrying. So what we're going to try to do here, and I know it's not going to be very effective at all, I'm actually going to try to Leech Seed the Bellsprout. And of course it evaded it. It used Growth, so it's going to get a bit of a special boost. We're going to try to Seed it again, still not happening. Used another Growth. But no, there's lots of little fun theories surrounding the wonderful Pokemon universe. Another really big one is that Cubone and Kangaskhan were actually designed to be part of the same family. Just by looking at the models, you can pretty clearly tell that at some point they were meant to be, related. Maybe, it was just supposed to be that Kangaskhan's baby, Kangaskhan dies, its baby becomes a Cubone. That's at least some of the, the mythos behind that potentially, but we don't really know. We know from, things that Game Freak has told us over the years that there have been some things that they changed. Oh yeah, most definitely. The other thing I really like about Pokemon is that the theories that, and the stories and the rumors that come up with, are actually regional. So what I mean by that is that, I'm fairly certain we, can remember a time when, because there's a Mew and a Mew 2, obviously there should be a Mew 3. And for a long time, a lot of people thought that. They thought there's a third version of Mew running around out there. And, even though we know today that's absolutely not true, what rumors do you think, could have been real? A lot of this stuff that gets talked about was actually stuff that may have been considered in early development, but just never got there. So let's see what we have here. Do we have any potions? We don't have any potions. We do have an escape rope. I think we're going to go ahead and escape rope out, get back to the Pokemon Center, and heal up. Alright. Hello, nurse. And if anybody knows what that's from, you immediately get 1 kudos point in my book, because that's a dating reference right there. Not really anymore. I mean, the series has been re-released now, if you know what I'm talking about, but if you know, you know. Alright. So, we now have an Ivysaur. That's actually really good for this point in the game. You can easily have it by now, especially if it's your only Pokemon you're battling, but again, I'm not fighting a lot of wild Pokemon at this point. Might have to a little bit later. But really, I think once we get Body Slam, we should be okay. I'd really like to have Razor Leaf going into Lieutenant Surge, but again, that's a bit of a stretch. Our first rival fight's coming up here in Cerulean relatively soon. Why would your teacher take a Pokemon card from a kid? I have to ask that. What, was he being mean, or was the kid, you know, being disruptive? What was going on? It went after. That's awesome. You know, they weren't allowed with us either. So, when Pokemania first started, you know, they didn't really restrict us at the school I went to from, you know, bringing our Game Boys and our cards to school, you know. Because at that point, all they knew is it was a video game. You know, these kids have recess. You know, we're not going to make them, you know, do any specific thing. It's their recess. You know, they get a half hour, you know, go out and play with their friends. And they just, you know, found out after a few kids, you know, were taken advantage of by some of the older students that they just couldn't do that. Oh, yeah, no. Pokemon cards were just the life at that point. If you weren't on a Game Boy, you had the card game. I still have this very, very distinct memory in my mind of a buddy of mine. Whenever I remember it was a huge deal. We all gathered around him in class. And it was when his Geodude was evolving into Graveler. It was the biggest deal. The guy was a hero at that point to everybody. You know, it was one of those things that really just, you know, a hero of the people. It's really strange to think of all the old rumors that used to surround the Pokemon franchises, and you know, looking at it now for what we know. I actually know what happened to my cards. I actually also have other interests. I actually play Yu-Gi-Oh card competitively. So a lot of my Pokemon cards, except for a few that were just really nostalgic to me, so my Steelix and things like that, I've actually still got them. I kept it all. I won't say I was a really strange kid, but I did try to keep care of my stuff. Thank you. No, I know. And, you know, with the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, I really wish that Pokemon trading card game didn't have a rotation to their sets. If they didn't, I'd probably get into it more. But that's really what drew me to Yu-Gi-Oh as far as a card game, was that all of the cards from first set all the way to now are legal. You know, you can use them outside of a few things that are banned, limited, etc. So it really means that even stuff that you used to have, while it may not be good, it can still be played. So that's kind of why I kind of fell into that. I'm gonna go ahead and swap this out for my Spearow. Should have done that beforehand, but I want to get Nidoran just a little bit more experience. If I can get that to level 16, he'll go ahead and level. Yeah, no, I'm very lucky there, Kyle. I do still have a lot of my old cards. I've got a lot of my old stuff. I've actually got, and the whole reason I'm actually okay with emulating this for you guys, especially in this form, I do have all the original Pokemon games still. Like, I've still got them. They've been played through multiple times. I've rebatteried them at this point. You know, I still get enjoyment out of them. And if I could stream directly from a Game Boy Color and give you guys this type of fidelity and give you guys the full color view, I would. But it's just not possible right now. Maybe one day, but that day's not today. So we're just going to keep on plugging through Mount Moon here. Still haven't ran into the Clefairy. Really trying to. Really need to get a Clefairy on the team. We're looking a little bit, like a little bit of a weird team here. So we got a Poison type, that's fine. We have our Grass, Poison Ivysaur here. And I swear these Zubats. If I had $1 for every Zubat that I've ran into, oh lord. Okay, so we're just going to keep on pushing. And here is why I wanted my Ivysaur first. So we're just going to go ahead and shock this Hiker here, and we're going to show him what a Grass type does. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I actually kind of feel bad going back and fighting some of the trainers that I'd missed in like original runs. Just because you're so over-leveled at that point that it's just a bit of a walk. But Kyle, I would feel really, really bad if your parents actually threw out your Pokemon cards. You might actually just talk to them. You know, a lot of parents, you know, believe it or not, will actually just put a lot of their kids' things in a box, stick it in the closet. I mean, I have to give them credit. My parents, you know, they really tried to instill responsibility in me. So, like things like my Super Nintendo. Aw. Well, I mean, just because something is gone today doesn't mean that it can't be found tomorrow. You know, with the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, I started when it started, and you know, I played it up until about high school, and then I got out of it. And then, you know, about 4 years ago, actually no, it's been about 5 years ago now. I had a friend that found his old cards. I found mine. You know, we were just kind of playing around, and there's a local card shop to me about 15 minutes away. Excellent. We found our Moonstone. And he's like, you know, we should go down there and play one day. You know, we should just go down there, you know, see how it is. And I did go down. You know, we went together, and you know, he didn't quite get back into it, but you know, I had played the game and really enjoyed it. So I ended up making a couple of friends, and finally asked one of the guys, I'm like, you know, I really want to get back into it. A lot of things have changed. There's tons of new rules now. You know, I want to be semi-competitive. You know, I don't just want to get walked over every time I come down. Oh, and there's our Clefairy. There we are. Okay, it's on. It's on. Let's do this. Okay. It is go time. We have our Clefairy. Now we just need to not knock it out. So we're going to go ahead and leech seed it. I think this is going to be the way to go. Okay, boys. It's on. It is on. So there's the growl. Now, all we have to do here is I'm just going to use status moves to try to growl it down a bit, and then I'm going to start throwing Pokeballs the minute I think I can. I wish I had something that could put this thing to sleep, but putting a Clefairy to sleep is rough enough as it is, so I think we're just going to go for the growl and the leech seeds. But I'm really hoping we can get this Clefairy for the party. This is going to be a really, really good Pokemon to have going forward, and it's a level 10, so we're not looking at a ton of leveling up to do to really get it back on par with the party. All right, Ivysaur, you're really putting in some work. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm really, really glad that we haven't leveled it up more and I hadn't gotten rid of Growl. That would have been bad. So Clefairy's going to keep using Pound. No real fear here. It can only do a couple of damage a turn. I'm going to just keep growling it. And we get growled right on back. Okay. I mean, I can deal with that. That's fine. All right. Sucking the life right out of him. Let's do this. Okay. So I know this might be really slow. I understand that completely. But because my Ivysaur is at such a higher level to this Clefairy, I really don't want to take the risk of accidentally critting. And while the chances of that are low, my luck is absolutely terrible. So I really don't think that it would be a good idea to tempt fate here. We're just going to keep growling it, and then, like I said, once it gets into the red, once it gets a little bit lower to the yellow, I'm going to go ahead and start trying to catch this thing. Thank you, JK Messiah, for following. Definitely appreciate it. Dude, what up, Jesse? Okay, so we're just going to keep growling this Clefairy here and see if we can't get it for our boy Kyle. Okay, so Leech Seed, I think we're going to let it go one more turn, and then we're going to start trying to throw Pokeballs at it, because now we're on a clock. The only downside to the Leech Life is, it's kind of like poison. If I would have poisoned it, we would have had a bit of an issue. So, we've only got 5 Pokeballs. Fingers crossed. Come on, baby, you can do it. Oh, it appeared to be caught. Oh, man, okay. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We still have 4 Pokeballs left. We're going to do this. I did not save. So if we don't get this Clefairy with these Pokeballs, I will have to go back out and buy more. Really hoping it's caught. Ah, we're so close. Okay. We're going to wait a couple more seconds here. It is in the red. If it doesn't catch it on this one, we're going to wait 2 turns, and then try again. We got it! We have our Clefairy. Clefairy has been caught. He's added to the Pokedex. We are in there. We are in there! Excellent. Okay, so now we've got our Clefairy. I don't want to give it a nickname. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Excellente. So, we have our Clefairy now. That is exactly what we wanted. So, now that we have the one Pokemon we actually need... And now we run into Clefairy after Clefairy. What is going on here? I'm not going to try for another one. You know what? I'm just going to see something. If I would have Vine Whipped and tackled this thing, would it have taken it down? Oh yeah, 2 Vine Whips would have done this thing in. So I'm really, really glad that I decided just to growl that one out. It would have been really bad if I would have knocked that out. And they do. They do. There are different encounter rates per floor. I think the encounter rate for Clefairy down here is like 5% or something. I do know that by far the most common thing in here is Zubats, obviously. But what my luck with encounter rates is extremely low. So another encounter we could have had here in this level would have been a Paris. We could have gotten a Paris in one of the underground tunnels, but we didn't, obviously. You know, I normally wouldn't just... Nah, I've only got 5 Vine Whips left. I'm going to go ahead and save those, because we're probably going to need them. I really don't want to have to get back out of Mount Moon again. So, we're going to just keep plugging away. I'm just going to run from these Geodudes. I'd like to catch one eventually for the Dex, but we've got other opportunities to catch a Geodude. So, not really too worried. So now the real question is what's going to be our next goal Pokemon? I mean, if I could see a Jigglypuff in here, I tried for a little bit to get a Jigglypuff when we were just outside Mount Moon, and it didn't really, you know, it's got a very, very, very low encounter rate. I didn't want to just be stuck there with you guys for an hour just trying to catch a Jigglypuff, but very, very luckily, we did get our Clefairy here. So, we're going to go ahead and Vine Whip the Raticate. Hopefully it just used status moves. This should do about a quarter. Yeah, it's doing about a quarter, so we should be able to get away with just a couple of nice hits on this guy, and we will be alright. Now what I'm going to do, and it may seem a little bit counterintuitive here, I'm actually going to switch to my Nidoran, because Nidoran's really close to evolving. And that's what I was worried about was Hyper Fang. I was really hoping that I didn't get Hyper Fanged. As long as I don't get Hyper Fanged again, I should be okay. I'm going to switch to my Spearow because I really don't want that Nidoran to get knocked out, especially being so close to a level. And thankfully, a Tail Whip. Okay. Alright, Spearow, you can do this. You've got this. Oh, wow. Never mind, you can't do this. Alright, Ivysaur. So, as long as we don't get a couple of crit hits on us, I think we'll be okay. Okay, so we're just going to tackle it out. Hyper Fang. Oh, is it going to take us down? Yep, it took us down. Yeah, we do need to get together soon, Jesse, for sure. I've been a little under the weather. This is bad, guys. Because I don't have any potions. And unless I can get this Raticate to miss, we might actually faint here, which would be pretty bad. So let's just hope that... Oh, it missed! Yes! We might be okay. No, we're not okay. It used Hyper Fang. I think we're going to get knocked out here. Yep, we're going to get knocked out here, guys. This is going to be the first KO. I'm going to switch into Nidoran. I know it can't outspeed it. Hopefully it misses. It tail whipped me. We're okay. Okay, so we're not knocked out. We are not whited out. We're going to be okay. The problem now is, though, is that we've got very low health. We've got very low power points on our Bulbasaur for the moves that matter. But we do have an evolving Nidoran. So we're going to have a Nidorina here. And that will give us a nice little stat boost, as well as giving us a beefier Pokemon. we're so close to the end here. I really don't want to backtrack, but I almost feel like we have to. And another thing is we can go and get our Clefairy. You know, we can go and grab that out of the box. All right. This is a really, really old school way of playing this game. I mean, obviously there's a number of different exploits that could be used to get me relatively anywhere I wanted to be at this moment. But what we're going to do is, I wanted to do a completely legit run-through. I wanted to show the people out there that, you know, even though it is the first-gen game, and yeah, it's even been remade, there's still purpose behind it. There are some annoyances to Red and Blue, obviously. Again, like I said before, they're far from perfect games. But they did enough things so well that it's really hard to find, you know, a more core experience for this type of a game. And of course, our Nidorena's really hurt. Don't want to have you guys listen to that blaring sound for too long. We're just going to go ahead and creep our way back out of Mount Moon here. And because we've basically cleared out everybody, we are going to be just fine. Now, I know that Clefairy I caught has at least Sing and Pound. And I know it'll learn Double Slap pretty quickly. No, I know that, Jesse. I just needed to handle some stuff personally, but oh yeah, no, the nostalgia's real. The nostalgia is real, and all this is a copy of Pokemon Blue that a very, very talented modder has modified, so it's now in full color. They've also given it all the sprites from Gen 2, so you should just get everybody on, man. I mean, you could have everybody in a watch party. You should get the whole fam in on this. Seriously. The more viewers, the better. I definitely appreciate people joining in. For sure. Really glad we could catch that Clefairy for Kyle. So, let's just get back out of here. We're almost back to the Pokemon Center. We're going to get rid of what I said we were. We're going to start dumping these bugs pretty quickly. I don't see a reason to keep them around. I'm going to access this someone's PC. So we'll go ahead and we're going to get rid of the Caterpie. I know it's a higher level than the Weedle, but we really want that Poison Sting. It's just better. And as you can see, our Clefairy's been added to the party now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and switch our Clefairy to our first position, and then we're going to revive everybody because obviously that fight didn't go great. I'm going to go ahead and just do some organizing here. What I'm planning on actually doing here is I'm going to start with a red and blue, and then I'm probably going to move on to silver and gold. The only question that I would have for the viewers is, obviously, playing two of these, playing them back-to-back, you're going to get a lot of double play. So really what I'd like to know is, next, should I stick with another Gen 1 game? You know, should I go to a third version, the yellow version, or should I go ahead and move up to silver and gold? Because I'll go ahead and admit, my favorite games in the entirety of the series were silver and gold. They were just, it was so beyond anything that we even thought was possible with Pokemon in the beginning. So really, that's going to end up being up to the viewership here. I'm going to leave it up to them. So we're going to go ahead and make our way back through Mount Moon here. And we're going to get back to that Team Rocket. And this is the other encounter I was talking about earlier that was the rare one in the underground. It's even rarer up here. Now, unlike most of the other Pokemon in this cave, you actually want to catch a Paris. Paris is one of the few Pokemon, and it's not good in battle. It's not good in battle. It is purely just a move learner. It can learn Dig, it can learn Cut, so it has some utility. I'll go ahead and try to Pokeball it here. If we don't catch it on the first one, I would like to keep one Pokeball in case we run into anything quite rare, but looks like we got it. So all good there. And there's that Pokedex data added for Paris, our mushroom Pokemon. Crystal was excellent. Crystal was really just the culmination of everything. I quite liked it. Really, I played them all. Crystal was the one whenever I picked it up again, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to play some classic Pokemon. That was actually one of the first ones that I actually picked up. And if it weren't for Nintendo, really, and I mean, this is what really inspired this, you know, if Nintendo wouldn't have re-released on the 3DS all of the original Pokemon games so you could transfer Pokemon forward to the later generation games, I probably wouldn't have gotten back into that heavy. But it made me and my wife actually go out and get DSs, and we got Sun and Moon, started playing again, then I went ahead and got the retro games to keep playing. So, and Ren, you know, I've heard that, you know, I've heard that Alt and F4 can speed this up, but I just don't know. I think my computer's too slow for that. I don't want to stress it. And I just want to thank the 5 viewers we have in here today. It's huge. This is the first stream that we're doing here ever. If you look, it's going to show my first stream was last night. That was all just test and setup to set up for today. Not quite sure I went ahead and battled. I got a little confused there reading the chat. But anyway, yeah. So first stream, really happy we had that we've got the 4 and 5 years we've had. Really appreciate you guys sticking around with me. Definitely a really cool group. Another Paris here. We're just going to see if we can knock him out real quick. Or run. So we're just going to go ahead and do some running here. And there's our other Rocket Grunt. So we're going to go ahead and face him. And see where it goes. And Jesse, as far as what's been going on, I will fill you in on that a little bit later. All right, so let's go ahead and take out this trainer here. I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal. Obviously, we're not going to leave Clefairy out in front of him. We're going to switch that up to our Nidorina. She's much more powerful now. And first battle after evolving, always a good one. I do have to say, I'd really prefer a Nidorino. I know I can trade for one, but really, I don't like the nickname on it. I really don't. I really wish that the tradable Pokemon and Pokemon just had their original names. Nothing against nicknames for Pokemon at all. Cool, we poisoned the Rattata. But it's just something. I'd rather just know what I'm looking at. If we had, you know, later gen sprites, which actually had, you know, showed the pictures of the different Pokemon, like my sidebar here showing my party, it'd be a little bit different. But being Gen 1, they all look pretty generic with inside the actual Pokemon party menu. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and switch back to our Clefairy here because we really want to help Clefairy out. You know, it's going to end up being basically our tank. It's going to be the one that just takes all the damage and throws it right back. I might actually end up teaching Clefairy Bite if I can get it leveled up quick enough. Even though there's much better moves to learn. In the early game, that's not that bad. And thankfully, that Supersonic did not hit us. So, just going to throw a few tackles at the Zubat and put it down. And there's the Supersonic. I was really hoping for no confusion this time. You know, I've been confused lots of times in my life, and I've never just started hitting myself. It doesn't help that both of my highly leveled Pokemon are weak to this Zubat's drain. So, that's a bit of a problem. Please just hit it. Yes. Okay, so Tackle went through. Just need one more, and there's that Leech Life. I'm not really confident that Leech Life is not going to hurt us really badly. Yeah, it's bad. If we can get a Tackle, cool. Confuse no more, Tackle's in, and we're good. We got it. Excellent. So there goes the Rocket Trainer, and now we move on, and we are able to pick out our own fossil here. All right. So after I beat this guy, I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys now. And I'm going to take a little bit of a poll. Do you guys think I should go for the Helix Fossil or the Dome Fossil? Really, neither Kabuto nor Omanite is going to be used in the party, just because they're so under-leveled by the time you actually get to that point in the game where you can get them, that I'm not going to use them. But which do you think I should go for the party in this run-through? What did you disable? Please don't be Tackle. Okay, so it wasn't Tackle. We're just going to keep scratching the Grimer here. And there we go. A couple more scratches, and we will see what's what. Keep these scratches going here, and there we go. And there goes the Grimer. Fairy grew to level 11. Cool. What are we using next? Voltorb. I think we'll go ahead and send out the Clefairy. Now, if the Voltorb's low enough level, it's middling. I might try to sing it. And I don't have Sing, so there we go. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and just switch back to our Nidorina here. Pretty confident it's going to screech me. Yep, it screeched, so. Vent sharply fell. Not a big deal. We're going to go ahead and just scratch it. This should be one of the last battles before we actually get out of Mount Moon here. And we'll go Tackle for the KO. There we go. And Voltorb is down. Should have one more going. And Nidorina's already at 17. That's good to hear. We're going to need Nidorina as strong as we can for Misty. Yeah, Ivysaur can do it, but Ivysaur does not have Razor Leaf. And that's a problem. It's a lot of levels before we get Razor Leaf. I think we are going to go ahead and try to get our Mew first, so we're going to go ahead and do Nugget Bridge. But again, I'm really not incredibly confident I'm going to be able to pull that off in this run. I'd like to. But we'll see if we can't catch Mew on the bridge. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. You know, it's the same reason that Mewtwo and Mew is so powerful in this game, Kyle. It's because they can... Mew's powerful because it can learn every single TM in the game. Mewtwo's powerful because it's OP. It's got 120 special. It's nuts. But I really like the Clefable idea. So here we go, guys. Do we want the Dome Fossil or do we want the Helix Fossil? I'm going to give you guys a couple of seconds here to go ahead and throw your responses in. In the meantime, I'm going to throw my dog some food in his bowl. I will be back in just a moment. But when I get back, we're going to see here if the Dome and the Helix. So the Helix, if you don't remember, is Omastar and Omanite. And if you go for the Dome, you end up with Kabuto and then Kabutops. You know, I may not catch the glitch in... I'm not going to catch one of the ghosts in Lavender Town. That ain't going to happen. But I'll be right back, guys, and we'll see what happens. Alrighty, guys. So it looks like... Don't really need a water type. For water typing, as far as that goes, I'm probably... You know, I can get a hold of an Eevee. Probably will go Vaporeon. because it can learn some really good moves. It also has some ice moves it can learn, which is also nice. So I think the consensus here is we're going Dome Fossil. So if we're going Dome Fossil, that's fine. So we got the Dome Fossil here. Excellent. So that's going to be another entry later in the game. And then he's going to go ahead and take the Helix Fossil. Really, I don't know why after he's been defeated we couldn't just take them both. But, you know, stranger things. So we're going to go ahead and make our way completely out of Mount Moon now. Bit of a Geodude on the way out. And actually, in this run through, Jesse, I think I'm going to end up teaching my Nidorina, who's going to end up being a Nido Queen eventually, Surf. So, don't really need the extra water type. I'm still probably going to end up going for Vaporeon, but we have made it to Cerulean. So, next thing's next. I'm going to hop a couple of fences here. Stay up here. And we're going to grab this TM4 real quick. You know, Lapras you can actually get for free, though. So Lapras, you actually obtain... You can... Obviously, you can catch one. They're out there. But there's actually a guaranteed Lapras that you get in Silphco. So I'm not too worried about that. So we're going to go ahead and Pokemon Center. Now, I'm going to do something very different here. I am going to go ahead and buy a ton of Pokeballs. And the reason behind this is I now need to catch an Abra. I think we're going to go ahead and save here as well. It's been about a 2.5 hour play so far, so that's in-game time. I'm going to go ahead and get the game saved now that we're through Mount Moon. And we're just going to go ahead and go this way. So, I need to take on the bridge, I know. And I need to, you know, beat that to get to Vermillion and to keep moving on through the game. But there's a couple of other little things we can do here. So, like I said at the beginning of the stream, we are going to try to catch Mew. And we're going to need Pokeballs. So I'm going to go ahead and buy 25 of these. That's basically all my money, but we're getting ready to take on Nugget Bridge. We're guaranteed to get right around 6,000-7,000 out of that easily, including the Nugget. So really not a big deal. And we've got the first rival battle after leaving Pallet. So rival number 2 here. He's probably going to end up leading off with a Pidgey. So we're going to go ahead and just leave our team as is for now, because I'm just going to swap out that Clefairy, because, again, we need to level up that Clefairy. We need to get it a little bit better. And, of course, we named him Red, because this is the blue version, so he's going to be the other game. Now, Rival 2 shouldn't give us too much trouble. We did a lot of leveling up in Mount Moon. So we shouldn't really have too big of a deal, and he does have a Pidgeotto. He is a little over-leveled, actually. Wow. Okay, so let's see. We're going to go ahead and switch out with our Nidorina here, because I'm going to try to Poison Sting him, get him poisoned. And I know he's got Quick Attack, and he has Gust. So let me go ahead and try Poison Sting him here. Hopefully, we can get in some damage before he drops our Nidorina. And like I said before, Sand Attack and Wrap, the two least favorite moves in the whole series, and he's got them both here. Now, if I can't beat him here, there's a really good chance I should probably go and take on Misty first. This is usually the order I like to do it in. I usually like to take on the bridge before I go do Misty, but the rival fight might just be a bit much for my party at this level. Let's go ahead and swap that out with our Ivysaur. Because the Nidorina, again, we can outspeed a couple of things. I'm actually going to put the Nidorina up against his Abra, just because I think that's going to be the best way to maintain health. Let's go ahead and just tackle it out here. And there's that quick attack that I knew was coming eventually. All right, come on, get a crit. Yes, crit. That puts down the Pidgeotto. Okay, Clefairy gains some experience, Ivysaur some experience, Nidorina, of course. And for the Abra. Okay, so his Abra, if I'm remembering correctly, should only have Teleport. So it should be okay. So we're actually just going to let Clefairy handle this one solo if we can. So, yep, Abra used Teleport. It fails because you can't Teleport out of trainer battles, which is really lucky for me. Another pound from the Clefairy. And we're just going to keep pounding away at the Abra. And there it goes. Abra's done. And there's our level 12 Clefairy now. Gained quite a bit of experience defeating that level 15 Pokemon. And for the Rattata... Oh, now here's the question. So, we know it's higher leveled. Can we put Spearow against it and stand even a Snowball's chance? Is really the question. And it's not so over-leveled that we don't have any chance, but it's over-leveled enough to where I'm worried. Hopefully we can just get a couple of lucky tail whips here. Because it looks like his quick attack is doing half, and luckily there's a tail whip. Hopefully we get a crit here. We do have good speed, so it is possible. Nope, the quick attack's going to take out the Spearow, but that's alright. We just needed the Spearow to stay up long enough for us to go ahead and get to our next Pokemon. So we're going to go ahead and swap into our Clefairy here, because 1 pound should drop this thing pretty easily. And it just goes for a tackle. That's good news for us. And there we go, Rattata is down. And our Clefairy got a level 2. That's nice. Always nice to see. And there's the move we needed for this last fight. So Sing, we're going to try to Sing the Charmander. It does know Ember, so I am kind of worried about that, but let's go ahead and try to Sing it. Its special is really high for the level. So let's just keep trying to Sing it, and then we will pound it. That hurt. Sing didn't affect it. Can we try to get the Sing in? It just keeps leering. That's fine. I don't care about the defense drop. And I actually don't think we're going to be able to Sing this one. I think this is probably going to knock us out. Yep, that KO'd that one. Okay, we're going to go ahead and switch into our Ivysaur, because I should be able to outspeed him, but I'm not confident with actually being able to beat him. 1 Ember is probably going to drop. So, and there's the Ember. This could be the end of this battle here. Because I don't have any potions. Didn't buy any. Told myself I wasn't going to. Couple of Growls would be nice. Couple of, Leers would be nice. Any status moves he wants to throw at me right now, I'm all for. Nice little crit. Now, as long as he doesn't... Yep, there it goes. So, my confidence level is now 0 for winning this one. The only way that we're actually going to be able to pull this off is if we poison him and then he only uses, defensive moves or status effect moves for the rest of this fight. This wonderful Gen 1 AI deciding that it doesn't need to attack me. That's just wonderful. This is going to be a one-hit KO, of course. Probably should have grabbed the Zubat out. But that's okay. This is our first actual, feint out that we've had here. Since we have actually faced Brock. So that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. We'll be fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to change up our strategy here just a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take on Misty first. Because this should give me enough levels on my Ivysaur to get me closer to being able to just, I really want to get to the point where I can 2 or 3 shot the Pidgeotto. Because I think if I can 2 or 3 shot the Pidgeotto, I can get through the rest of the team with no problem. It's just because I had to pull out my Nidorina so early and I couldn't use that against the Charmander, that's what cost it. So, We're going to go ahead and Vine Whip the Horsey. It should be a 1 to 2 hit KO. Should be a 2-hit KO here. Bubble's going to do nothing. Which TM did I pick up? When? Earlier I picked up TM4, but I haven't picked up any other TMs as of yet. Yeah, picked up TM4. Actually, I can look that up here real quick. So, while I'm doing that, I can go ahead and keep fighting here, because this Shelter shouldn't put up too much of a fight. Not really worried about it too awful much. Looks like a Vine Whip and a Tackle is going to drop this one. So TM4 is Whirlwind. So that's basically a move that, in this generation, Whirlwind would make a Pokemon flee. It's a normal type move. I could teach it to one of my birds, which would be fine, but, you know, we've got other things we can do here. But it is a really, really good thing we have Clefairy, because I think I can teach it Bubble Beam. I know I can teach Bubble Beam to Nidorina. I'd rather keep the slot open for Nidorina. I do have the TM for Mega Punch as well, which could come in handy. Really, I like to use the Mega Punch on, like, Pikachu Yellow run-throughs. But just depends. So there's our Ivysaur level up to 19. This is all just making it easier for Misty. Alright, so now we're just going to go ahead and take on Misty. Again, this wasn't meant to be a hard fight, just because I did choose Bulbasaur as my starter. I could have gone Squirtle, Charmander. The Charmander start I like, but there's specific things that I'd want to do if I'm running with Charmander. You really wouldn't see him much until after this battle, really. And I would have had to do a lot more power leveling, which, again, that's not really fun to watch, so we'll just see what we can do here. So we're going to start off against Misty. Staryu here. Of course, she loves using X-Defends. Usually she'll lead off with an X-Defend, but thankfully it doesn't help her special defense. And tackles, things like that, any of the water moves are going to do very, very little. The Starmie is a bit of a worry. It's a lot stronger. It does have a very, very good move pool, so we'll just see. But I think that she's going to go ahead and lead off with a X-Defend here. And we'll be able to confirm that pretty quickly. And she didn't. That's actually kind of surprising. So it looks like we're going to need 3 Vine Whips to make contact with no crits on the Starmie. Oh, wow. Nice. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just tackle our way out of here. And that will be Misty. And there we go, guys. We now have the Cascade Badge. And there we go. Cascade Badge has been very lovingly added here to our collection of badges in the upper right. And that is Misty. Down and gone. So we've got $2,000 more here. I think I'm going to go ahead and head to the Mart. There's other things I do want to buy later in the game, but I also know that there's a couple of things here that if I do them now, the rest of the game is going to be quite a bit easier. Getting Mew is going to be the big one. It's not that it's hard to get him, it's just there's a very, very specific way you have to do things to get a Mew in this game, so we will see. So I'm going to go ahead and just dump some of my money into potions, and I'm going to dump the rest of it into 5 more Pokeballs, because I need plenty of Pokeballs to try to catch the Abra and then the Mew, and it's going to take time. There's just nothing you can do about it. Alright. So I think we're finally at a level I need to heal still. I think we're finally at enough of a level to where I can probably take on the rival pretty confidently and not have to worry too much. But we will just have to see. So we will heal up our Pokemon here and keep on a-going. All right. Hello, nurse. We will be back. There's actually certain things I really like about yellow compared to red or blue. The big one is you can get all 3 starters in one run. Makes, you know, finishing your Pokedex a lot easier, but again, we started with blue here because, one, the guy made this beautiful full color mod. I mean, painstaking amounts of hours went into converting a lot of these assets over and then updating all the character sprites that you possibly can from Gen 2. It's a huge amount of work, and I've got such a huge amount of respect for the guy that did it that it takes a real talent to be able to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it still has the pixel graphics and everything like that, but overall, I do like seeing the game in full color. I do. That was, you know, going gold, silver, and then crystal, you know, because obviously gold and silver could be played on a regular Game Boy. Going to Game Boy Color was a huge difference for me. And it is. I mean, everything else is still the original. I mean, the actual battling mechanics, everything about the game is still 100% blue. But the bigger thing here is that it just does have that full color. I'm very, very just impressed with the extreme attention to detail that the creator of this went into actually making this. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, because we've got time for the Abra, I'm going to go ahead and use one of these potions on our Venusaur, or on our Ivysaur, just to get it ready for later in the battle. We're going to use our Nidorina against the Charmander, but we're not quite there yet, so we'll just keep pounding away at the Abra with our Clefairy here, because we do want to get this leveled up. I don't want to evolve it into a Clefable too early, because it just changes some things about how and when it learns moves. So for the Rattata, we're going to go ahead and switch back out to our Ivysaur. This may end up being a not so great decision, but again, I don't think the Rattata is going to knock me out. There's other options. I could probably have went for a bit more experience with another Pokemon. And will Attack will drop it, hoping Attack will drop it. And there's our level 21 Ivysaur. And now for the one that could actually cause us some sort of a problem, the Charmander. But again, very early along, we picked up this wonderful Nidorina. So that's going to help us out greatly here. Lots of growls, lots of leers. I'm okay with this because he's not actually going to be hitting us. It's fine. I would go for a Poison Sting, but at this point in the battle, I don't really think that's going to do anything for me. If it was earlier, or if I'd started out with Nidorina, you know, at the first battle against Pidgeotto, I may have went for Poison Stings, but we've got too much health. We're too deep in. And there goes Charmander. And there goes rival number 2. Alright, so Rival 2 is done with. He's going to give us his little speech about, you know, Bill and that sort of thing. And I always wondered, too, going through, you know, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, your rival, how many Pokemon did he actually discover? Because he seems to be a lot more on the ball than any of the player characters I've usually ran with. And now we're on to one of my favorite parts of the game, Nugget Bridge. It's just a nice little, aside. It's some pretty easy battles. You get a really good amount of money. And it does a lot to really bring a bit more experience into your party. So, complete mismatch here. For the next one, we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw out our Spearow, because we really need to start leveling up our Spearow now. Alright, let's just go ahead and take out that Caterpie. No problem. 2 tackles and it's gone. Alright, so the bug catcher is going to use his Weedle. The only problem with the Weedle is that it does have Poison Sting. I don't want my Spearow to get poisoned at this point. I think that'd be a bad deal, so we're just going to go ahead and keep in the Ivysaur, because that's very ineffective against us. And the chances of us being poisoned are extremely low. So we're just going to keep on plugging away. Weedle's down, and there's the first battle of our Nugget Bridge. Excellent. Next battle looks like it's going to be against a lass here. Don't quite remember what Pokemon she has, but we're going to see here. So she's got a Pidgey. Not a big deal. It knows Sand Attack, but that's not going to be that big of a deal for us at this point. We're a third more leveled than it is. And we're just going to go for it. So, a couple tackles. We get a crit here. We'll be good. Just really hoping that was a hit range. And while we're in the middle of this battle, I just want to thank the 6 viewers we have for sticking with me through this. I know you've got a lot of choices for your Pokemon entertainment needs, and I'm very glad you chose Pokemaniac. So for this next one here, we're going to go ahead and switch out to our Nidorina. Because again, families fight. Why wouldn't a Nidorina fight a Nidoran? So, okay. Couple of scratches, not a big deal for mine, bigger deal for hers. Poison Sting should do about 1. Yeah, just 1 damage, not a big deal. Alright. And that is last. So, continuing on, I think we've got a total of 5 battles here on the Nugget Bridge. This is probably going to be a junior trainer, maybe. Could be a bug catcher. Used to be able to really tell which ones these were, but because he's done the recolor and everything, looks like a junior. Or a youngster, rather. So we're good. There's our Rattata. And we'll go ahead and just switch out with Nidorina. We'll head back to the Pokemon Center before we head up to Bill's house, but I'd really like to cross the Nugget Bridge without the need to actually go back to the Pokemon Center at this point. If we can't, we can't. That's no big deal. We'll turn back around and go, but it is what it is. We'll see. And his quick attack is probably going to drop the Nidorina here. No, actually. Quite lucky there. Now, Ekans is a fun choice. So we're going to go ahead and switch out to our Spearow here. Really hoping I don't get wrapped on turn 1. If I get wrapped turn 1, we're going to have a bad time. But I don't think that's actually going to happen here. We're probably going to get leered. Nope, we got wrapped on turn 1. Exactly what I didn't want to happen happened. And that's that bad luck I was talking about earlier. So it may not knock us out. Oh no, it's full crit. So it's going to keep critting every time it hits us now. And there's the 3rd crit. And that's it for the Spearow. So we need to outspeed him. I think that Nidorina can do it, but I don't know. I have pause. Let's go ahead and give it a scratch, see what happens. And it knocks it out, thank God. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and keep on plugging. He's got a Zubat. That is not good news for us. You know what? We're going to stick with Nidorina. It's probably going to Leech Life us immediately, but we're going to put in as much damage as we can, because after this we're going to switch to Clefairy, and yep, that's going to knock out the Nidorina. which is fine. Not a big deal. We'll go back to the Pokemon Center. Really wanted to avoid it. There's ways that it could have been avoided with a little bit of luck, but not too worried. Leech Life isn't going to do much to Clefairy. Should just be a standard effective. Give him a couple of HP back. But we get a crit with Pound, so we're doing okay. And of course, being a Zubat, it does no supersonic, so we do get confused. Again, not a completely game-breaking deal, but hitting itself over and over again in the face is definitely not helping its case. Confused no more? Yep, there we go. Cool. Pound, and does it knock it out? It does knock it out, so we are good to go there. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and make our way back to the Pokemon Center down in Cerulean. That way we can go ahead and heal up. Unless we gotta go in and see Nurse Joy. Hello, Nurse. Alright. Just heal these puppies back up, and we'll be right back up to Nugget Bridge. Now, I want to hear from you guys, because there's a large part of me that wants to catch this Mew. Because I know it's going to make the run-through a lot easier. And the fact that you can even, catch a Mew without using a code or anything like that in this game, I mean, obviously it's an exploit, but it's one that is built directly into the game. It's how the game was designed, so it can be utilized. What I want to know is for the viewers there, do you guys actually want me to catch the Mew, or do you want me to go ahead and just keep playing the game without it and just skip the Mew? This is something that if I don't do it now, I'm probably not going to be able to do it later in the game, just because of the difficulty of pulling off this little bit of an exploit. But you tell me. If you guys don't want me to catch the Mew, just let me know. We've got some time, so just keep me up to date on what you guys would like for me to do, and we will get that done. So starting off with a Pidgey here, not really that big of a threat at all. Really, the biggest thing I have to worry about from it is Sand Attack. So we've got a vote in here. You can always put it in the box between. That is a good point. I can't always just storage box it if it feels like it's getting a bit out of hand. Actually, I'm going to recommend you guys one of my favorite Pokemon YouTubers. His name's JRose11. He also does stream here on Twitch. Does lots and lots of minimum battles and speedruns. He actually has done a complete run through of just Mew, and it is an incredibly powerful Pokemon. There's no beating around that. It's really, really strong. But it's still not quite as strong as a Mewtwo. So, I think for now I'm going to go ahead and attempt to catch the Mew. It may take a couple of tries for me to actually get this to work. Just because it's been some time, but we'll see. We'll see if I can't go ahead and get this Mew caught for us here. But first we have to get through these trainers on our Nugget Bridge, which really, if I could just get a nice little crit here, it'd be going a lot faster. Your poison... Is a Vine Whip going to do anything? Nope, not really. Oh, it crits, though, so we get to knock that out. Alright, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to face these last two trainers here. The last one's going to be a rocket guy. And, yeah. They want us to join. Really, I wish they would have given you the option. It would have made for some really, really interesting decisions late game if you would have been allowed to join Team Rocket. I think that could have been a really, really cool way for them to push the series in a different direction. But we didn't get that game. That's okay. There's a lot of people out there that have made, there's a couple of Team Rocket editions out there where you steal other trainers' Pokemon and things like that, which is really cool. So... And Poison Powder, for now, we're going to go ahead and take it. I don't really need the Tackle anymore. I'm going to focus the Ivysaur here, and I'm going to end up teaching it Body Slam, so not really that big of a deal. And I need both of these for the Mew fight. I think it'll come in a lot more handy than the other. Cool, got a Nugget. So the Nugget's 5k. Like I said, we'll make about 7, maybe 8,000 off of this Nugget Bridge fight. But let's just see where we're going here. is going to make me the offer I can't refuse. Well, let me just show you how easily I can refuse your offer, Rocket Grunt. We're gonna see what you're gonna lead with, and Ekans. I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'll say it. That's pretty good. Poison Powder is not going to affect it. This is actually the wrong Pokemon for this, but that's okay. Not a biggie. As long as it doesn't wrap us multiple times, we easily outspeed it. So, and we got a crit. No wrap, got a leer, that's good news. Let's go ahead and Vine Whip it one more time, and that should be the end of Ekans. So we're going to go ahead and switch out to our Nidorina here. Purely because of that Zubat hits one good Leech Life, that Ivysaur is gone. So I think we've got a pretty decent battle here. Obviously I'm weak to the Zubat's Leech Life, but I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal for me here. He's not healing enough for it to actually matter in the grand scheme of things, so if I can pull off one good crit with a scratch, I should be able to take him out. Yeah, one crit here will end this. And we didn't get it, so close, but not a big deal. This next one will drop Zubat. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and drop this Zubat here. Oh yes, I could become a top leader in Team Rocket, or I could dismantle your entire organization from the ground up. Let's just remember, I'm a 10-year-old. Like, what person is just going to stand there and let this happen? You know, the criminal enterprise of Team Rocket is just... Oh, Lord. Beyond laughable. Well, hello, nurse. We're back again. Alright, so now is going to come to what I'm going to call one of the harder parts of the run-through. Now that we've crossed Nugget Bridge, we need to catch an Abra. Because Abra knows Teleport. And we're going to need that. So what I'm going to do is, just because I want to have him in party, I'm going to go ahead and deposit... I'm going to get rid of my Pidgey. It's time. You're not high enough level. You're not doing enough for me. And really the only way that we have to catch an Abra is just to get completely lucky with a Pokeball. Because Abra only knows one move in Gen 1, and that's Teleport. So the minute that it can, it's going to teleport out. So it is possible to sleep it. I don't have anything that has a sleep-causing move. Now, I'm going to kind of not really guide you guys through this exploit, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell you a couple of little hints. One, you do not want to battle that trainer. You need that trainer to be there. So we're going to catch an Abra over here, hopefully. Just need to run into a couple. Bellsprout's kind of cool. Could use one for the Dex later, but because we chose Ivysaur, don't really need the Bellsprout. So let's just go ahead and see if we can run into an Abra here. Just gonna keep running away from these Bellsprouts. Okay. Hopefully we can get our Abra here. Okay, so first Abra. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch this one. It'd be a very, very lucky run-through if I'm able to catch an Abra on the first throw here. Don't think it's going to happen, though. Nope, didn't happen, and here it goes. It teleported. That's fine, though. Not a big deal. We'll find another one. They're relatively common to find here, so... Alright, let's see if we can't get ourselves an Abra, Caterpie. No need for that, we've already got one. Okay. Come on, Abra, you can do it. Metapod, don't need one of them. It's fine. This is the one point in time where I would love to speed the game up, but if you do that, the sound goes all wonky. I'm not going to put you guys through that. That's alright. We're just going to go ahead and run from the Metapod. Hopefully we run into another Abra here momentarily, and we will get that caught. So, the general way this works is that Pokemon, even though it's a game, and it works, as we all know, there's certain, issues with the game. Glitches, exploits, etc. So, what this takes advantage of, if we can get this to work, is it takes advantage of the fact that you can cause what is known as a cache overflow. So what it does is it's trying to put too much information. Here's our second Abra. Try to catch it. It puts too much information to the game, so it can cause it to force spawn basically any Pokemon in the game if you want it to. So we're going to try to catch this one. And nope, Abra's immediately free. Teleported out. It failed. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to Pokeball it again. We're just going to keep throwing these until we can maybe get it caught. I don't know if that's going to be able to happen, though. Nope, that Abra teleported, so not a biggie. We will get there, ladies and gentlemen. I swear to you, we will get there. If we can catch a Clefairy, we can definitely catch an Abra. It's not easy. Never said it was easy. But it will be done. So there's that Metapod. Okay, so don't need a Metapod. Really don't want a Metapod. Just want an Abra. Okay. Pidgey, Pidgey, Pidgey. Our encounter luck is not that high right now, but that's, you know what, that's okay. I'm not going to do anything to manipulate this in any way to make it easier. That's, that's not playing the game. That's gaming the game. Alright, hopefully we get an Abra on this encounter. Nope, another Metapod. It's not the easiest thing in the world to pull off, but we're gonna get there. We're going to get there. Another Bellsprout, not what we wanted to see, but that's okay. Not a huge deal. Really, I could be catching these, but I don't know. I've seen them. That should be enough for Professor Oak, shouldn't it? Just seeing it. And I've actually had a couple people in another chat actually say, why don't you just put Clefairy up front, try to sleep it. And while I could do that, the chances of a teleport failing in Pokemon Gen 1 are relatively low. So my best shot at actually catching an Abra is just throwing Pokeballs at it until I randomly get the 1 in 256 catch. So again, I know this is a bit slow. It's not the most entertaining thing in the world, but this is how we have to get there. Yeah, if Sing had a higher hit rate, or if it was a 100% sure thing, it'd be a different story. If I had Sleep Powder for my Ivysaur, it'd be a different story. I just really need an Abra to appear at this point. And then we'll be in better shape. That's just it. We need to get an Abra. We really just need to, we'll find it. We will. We said the same thing about Clefairy. We're like, if we run into one, we'll catch it. Well, we're going to catch it. Maybe not this one, but we'll catch one of these. And there's the teleport. Ah, makes you kind of sad. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and just go through there. That's fine. Okay. This is one of those times when it's like, yeah, I could use a Master Ball, but why would we actually produce those? Or really, even if I was a little bit further along and had a Great Ball, I'd be in better shape, but we're at where we're at. We don't get Great Balls for a couple more towns, so... And I'd really just... I'd like to get this done before we leave Cerulean. And we have to use Teleport. We can't use Dig. I've had a couple people ask why can't we use Dig in a separate chat. Purely because you have to be able to use the ability here. Now, if I had Fly, different story. There it is. We have our Abra. Excellent. That is all we need. We are fully set up here. So now we just need to get to the battle. So we're just going to go ahead and get through here. And we're just going to go ahead and run out of here. So, we have our Abra. I think we're going to stick with him for quite some time now. Now, one thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to defeat a couple of trainers here. Just because I know which ones we can actually get away with fighting. For this first one here, we're going to keep our Ivysaur up just because he is a hiker. So, let's go ahead and take this hiker out. So this hiker has a Machop, which is fine. Not a big deal. We're fine with a Machop. It doesn't have great special defense. But we've got to defeat a few of these trainers before we can actually get to the one that we need. And then actually catching Mew is going to be just as hard as even encountering it. It's a very, very difficult Pokemon to catch. I'm actually kind of surprised we only got Abra after about 4 Pokeballs, so... We're just going to keep working our way through these various trainers here. Try to poison the Onix real quick. Not really any real reason for that. Just haven't used Poison Powder yet. You know, just one of them things. And we'll just Vine Whip it to death because that's all it's really going to take out this Onix. And it's super effective. So, there we go. There, Ivysaur is level 23 now. We're doing quite well. I think we're gonna have... Okay. Sorry about the delay there, guys. Just got a message from my wonderful wife. Just had to respond to that right quickly. Okay. So, here is how we are going to do this. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and Abra teleport back to Cerulean. Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that momentary silence. Just talking to my wife a little bit here. She's just telling me how her wonderful day at work is going, so. And if you do have a significant other, if you're married, definitely give them your attention and your time. They could choose anyone and they chose you. Okay. Accidentally double-clicked. Goodbye, nurse. We don't need you again today. So, here is what I'm going to do. This is not the easiest thing to pull off. It may take a couple of tries, so you might see a save and reload here. Hopefully not, but we will see. Because it is a bit of a trick to pull off. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to practice this here real quick. And we didn't do it. That's okay. Should have saved beforehand. You know what? I have an idea. I'm going to let him knock us out. Which I don't know if he's actually going to do. Now, there are a couple other trainers that I could do this with. This is just the easiest. So I'm going to let myself get knocked out here, just because I didn't save directly before I did this, and I should have. And for that, I am sorry. So I'm just going to let it take out my Ivysaur, take out the rest of my Pokemon. Not a big deal. Okay, so it criticaled me. That's all good. Hyper Fang. Hopefully this drops me. I know, it seems kind of strange. I'm playing Pokemon and I want to be fainted. But I need to be fainted for this to work correctly. Because I need this trainer to still be here. Quick attack, that's fine. Just keep trying to growl it. Keep trying to growl it, and it's just going to tail whip me. You know, I wish the AI was just a little bit better, because then, there we go. Okay, so, wow. Tackle doesn't even take me out. I'm too over-leveled. That's fine, though. I just need you to use one more tackle, and that'll take out my Ivysaur. We'll go ahead and throw Nidorina up, because that's my next biggest Pokemon. And it also knows Growl. So we're just going to let him punch away at my Nidorina here. Hopefully he uses Hyper Fang a couple of times. That'll take down a lot of my health. I wish I would have had Tail Whips over Growl. Just because lowering its defense would have made this a lot faster, but... At least he's getting a couple of criticals here and there. I mean, that's all I can really hope for. Another critical, that's good news for me. Just want to get this battle over with as quick as possible. Because I'll admit, I messed up. Should have saved. Didn't save. But I am willing to admit my mistakes. We all have our failings, mine or many. This is one of them. And there's our tackle. Come on, Rattata. Knock us out. This may be the most boring fight I've ever had in a Pokemon game, purely because I made a mistake. There's Hyper Fang. Come on, just give us a quick attack. Oh, what a weak Rattata. And even though it has decent speed, it's still getting outsped because I'm such a higher level. Come on, just throw a tackle at me. Throw a tackle at me. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and throw our Abra at it. Now, I'm not really worried about losing the money. I'm really not. You know, we can constantly make more money. But for what we're doing here, I really want to get this Mew now. Really want to get the Mew now. And while you are all sitting here and watching the most boring playthrough possible of Pokemon Blue Full Color Edition, just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in again. Once again, it wouldn't be here without you guys. Alright, so we're just trying to go ahead and get this taken care of here. Hyper Fang, cool, knock me out. It's fine. Keep giving me what I want, please. Okay. Can't run. And we're just gonna... we'll go ahead and Leer him. Why not? We can drop defense now, which is fine. It's gonna Hyper Fang me. Hopefully he'll get a couple of those to hit and connect and actually crit. And yes, there's other trainers that you can do this same thing with. This is just the one I really like using. It's the easiest one, it's the obvious one. So, we're just going to really hope that this Rattata can take out this Clefairy pretty well. I do have decent defense, but he seems to be doing out 5 damage a hit. So he lands a few good hits, maybe gets a couple of crits in there. You know, we'll have this battle done here in just about a minute. Hyper Fang, please crit. Didn't crit, but that's alright. And I'm just going to keep attempting to growl, which does nothing, obviously. But I just want him to hit me with one more Hyper Fang. Go back to the Pokemon Center. I will actually save the game. And we will try this again. Because, yes, this is not, like I said, the easiest exploit to pull off. It needs some decent timing. There are things out there that can basically make your timing perfect. I'm not going to use any of those on this channel. Just, I don't know. There's time and place for exploits. There's time and places for stuff like that. This isn't the time or the place. And plus, we need to see our favorite Lady Nurse Joy again. It sounds terrible, but it's not. So, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to save right now. That way, we can hopefully do this. So, the trick here is that you need to engage in a trainer battle without engaging in a trainer battle. That's why this is as hard as it is to pull off. And we didn't pull it off. So we're going to go ahead and reset the game. Let's get back through this, and we're going to try that again. Okay. Just trying to get my start button timing in there. Okay. I think we've just about got it. Probably going to save right next to him at this point, just because it'll be easier than walking back from Cerulean every time. But hopefully this time around we'll be able to get this to work. So we're going to save the game. Now saving. Save the game. Okay. Alright, I think we got it this time. Yep. Looks like we did get it this time, so we're going to go ahead and teleport back to the Pokemon Center. And now here's where it starts. So, by doing that action, what that has done is that has actually caused an issue with the game. Just updating the title of our nice little stream here. I'm putting in there so people know that we're trying to catch Mew. So, now the next part here, this is why we needed to take out the trainers we did earlier, because we need to get to a very, very specific trainer. And that trainer is this guy here. Now, we need to make him walk towards us. And he's going to tell us about this party on the SS. And now, the big deal with this trainer and why it only works with him is this guy has a Slowpoke. And it doesn't matter how you beat the Slowpoke. We're just going to Vine Whip it to death. But if you can beat the Slowpoke, what it is in the Pokemon games in the Hex Code, the next numerical Pokemon after Slowpoke is Mew. So you could technically make this spawn any Pokemon in the game if you wanted to. So now that we've defeated the Slowpoke, we're going to go ahead and it's fine. All good. Now we're just going to use our Abra. We're going to teleport back. All right. So now we're just going to head straight up to the Nugget Bridge. And if we've done this correctly, ladies and gentlemen, we should, yep, here we go. And that is how you legitimately spawn a Mew. So now let's see if we can actually catch this thing, because that's the next question, is can we catch this thing? I'm going to try Leech Seeding it, just to get its health down, and then I'm just going to start chucking Pokeballs at it. So we're just going to keep Pokeballing it the whole time now. I missed it, that's fine. Pound isn't going to do anything to us. We really don't need to use any other moves. We've got 25 chances to catch this thing. I am not scared of a reset, because I do not want to miss this guy. And you know, I'm to think of it, I wonder if I might be able to sing it. I know Sing really hasn't worked out for us in the past, I'll admit. But if there was ever a time, and with it only knowing Pound, you know, that's a bit of an advantage for us. Okay, so we've got it slept. Let's see if we're going to be able to actually hit the Pokemon with the ball now. Nope, it is not slept. So we're just going to keep wearing it down a bit. I might hit Pound one time. I'm really worried about a crit. I'm just going to Pokeball. If we need to, we'll sing it again. We're going to sing it again. Okay. It didn't affect the Mew this time. Okay, we're just going to keep trying to sing the Mew. I don't have any sort of a stun spore. I've got nothing else that can actually, like, stop it from wanting to do things. I'm just really scared about hitting it with a Pound. I'm going to risk it, chat. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to hit it with 1 Pound, and if it doesn't knock it out... Don't knock it out. Okay, cool. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Come on, baby. You can do it. We got it! We have Mew. Mew has been caught. We now have the team. We are there. Okay. All right. So, and just so you guys know, this is the only true, legitimate way to catch a Mew. Thank you, Zephyr, and thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate it. All right. So, now that we've got the boy, it is time to get rid of the last Pokemon in the party that we really don't want. And that, of course, is going to be our Weedle. So we're going to go ahead and log into someone's PC here. We're going to get in our storage system. We're going to go ahead and deposit in our Weedle. And we're going to go ahead and take out the Mew. Thanks for following, Zephyr. Really appreciate it. Without viewers like you guys, I wouldn't even be doing this at all, so definitely appreciate you guys sticking with me through this run of Pokemon. I know it's not the fastest thing in the world. I know it's not the, the coolest run. And no, we're not going to be constantly glitching. That's not what this game's about. Or this run-through, rather. This was just because, I don't know, man. You're on the playground. It's 1999. Your buddy shows up, and all of a sudden, you end up with a Mew. Yes, I am using Twitch Studio, by the way. Is there an issue? Because if there is, I need to know about them. I did a couple of test streams with a friend of mine just to make sure that things were going to work. But if we are experiencing any issues, just please let me know, and I'll see what I can do to fix those problems. Hey, no problem at all. There's actually a nice program that I'm using. Thank you. Really appreciate it. This overlay tool actually it integrates with my game, and it actually will update my party. I have to manually put in the badges and things like that, but the background is just a background I pulled. I just kind of like the look of it. But any feedback, really, I appreciate it, and I'm very glad that you're enjoying the channel so far. Alright, so now he's got a couple more trainers we need to fight to get to Bill's house so we can get the SSN ticket. Hey, me too. And with more guys like you watching my streams, I have no doubt that's going to happen real fast. Not really in this for money or anything. I just, these are the type of games that I personally grew up with and really, really have a special place in my heart. And I'm just really, really glad that I'm able to, kind of share these games with you guys. There's an entire, thought, the internet being a thing. And I've always had this this thing with the internet where in the beginning it was meant to be this full free information exchange and you could learn anything you want. Well, a lot of that's falling away. And I'm really glad that we've gotten to a point, if you would have told me, oh Lord, 10 years ago that I was going to be playing, Game Boy games on my computer, I would have chuckled a little bit, because it was a very, very hard thing to do back then. Emulation's been around for a while, but it's got a lot of overhead. And nowadays, you can do it with basically anything. So, I'm just really glad that I'm able to, make these streams for you guys, get these videos. I'm going to be getting these videos out for you guys. That way you guys can experience the same type of games that, really brought just such a deep amount of joy to me when I was younger. And we're trying to just level up our Mew here a little bit. He is, base 100 everything. So, we're not really going to have, much of a problem there. But I'm really worried about him getting poisoned. I really don't want to have to go back to the Pokemon Center at this point. So. Alright. So, none of our poison attacks work, obviously, versus its lower evolved form, so not a problem. We'll just scratch it to death. It's such a social game. It's really nice now that, that we have, like, Wi-Fi trading and stuff like that, and some of the more modern features of the game. Just because it really, really changes how you play it. I know with me, you know, I remember the days of link cables. I remember having a 4-way multi-tap for like F1 Race on my original Game Boy and that sort of thing. So, you know, it's really cool to be able to do this and still have, you know, an original view. And it's nice to see that other people still remember what it was like trading, you know, getting together with friends and just trading Pokemon. You know, oh, I found out where this one was at. And, you know, that's really the aspect of Pokemon that not a lot of people, you know, consider whenever they're, you know, looking at a game. You know, back in the day, there was a lot of parents that said, oh, no, Pokemon is, you know, not something I want my kids to play. You know, it's evil. It has monsters and things like that. And it has, like, you know, ethereal powers like psychokinesis and things like that. When, in all reality, Pokemon, I was relatively antisocial. Pokemon helped me break out of my shell. It helped me, you know, really make friends. Because even though I wasn't the cool kid and I didn't, you know, have the nice things and all that, I did have Pokemon. And I tried to get good at Pokemon. I played it a lot. As I said earlier in the stream, I did complete my original version of Redux. So that's not really, you know, that big of an achievement now with over 850. But at the time, you know, you were you basically were a master at that point if you did that. So all right. So Mew's now at level 10. That's all good. We're going to try to get Mew. And there's Transform. That's going to help us a little bit, but not really. We're going to go ahead and switch back to Mew for the Machop. Heck yeah, most definitely will. I'll definitely be checking out your channel, man. Gotta support each other for sure. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and switch to our Spearow here. Now, as long as we don't get hit with anything that's critical, we should be okay. There's the Karate Chop. Oh, wow, that's a crit. Okay, we're just going to try to peck it. And if we can crit this, we didn't crit it. So, Karate Chop is going to take out our Spearow, sadly. Thanks, Zepper. Definitely appreciate it, man. Stop by anytime. And you have yourself a wonderful day. We'll be checking you out later. And definitely appreciate anybody that can stop by, long or short time. Appreciate everybody coming in here. Like I said, if it weren't for people wanting to watch this, I wouldn't be playing it. And even though there's only a few of you in here right now, every single one of you, thank you. Thank you for, you know, there's, I know, a half a dozen other red and blue, you know, Twitch streamers right now. But I really do appreciate you guys coming to see me. It means a lot to me. Alright, we'll go ahead and Vine Whip Geodude, and that should take care of it. And now we'll head on to our next trainer. And of course, our Mew is leveling up pretty quickly here, actually. I'm quite happy. So we're going to go ahead and get this guy out of the way so we can get that item, because I don't want to have to come back here. There's really no reason to come back up here after you've been to Bill's house except to get this one item. Unless, you know, you didn't get Mew earlier, or something like that. Because you don't have to battle that trainer that I did to start this. I'm just going to keep Mew in here. Even though I'm under-leveled, I should be able to take out a 14 Rattata. Okay, so that's only doing about 8 damage. Yeah, we should be able to take out the Rattata with the Mew. Mew's strong enough now to hold its own. Looks like we're actually tied on... No, we're not tied on speed. I'm outspeeding him. He just used Quick Attack, so... Alright, so he's going to use Ekans. I'm going to stick with Mew again. I think sticking with Mew, I want to get him as much experience as I can. Because he's going to be very, very valuable not just now, but once we hit Cerulean City and can actually get some fresh water, we're going to be in a much better shape with Mew, because then we'll be able to give him Psychic. Now, if we can get him to level 30 before that, great. If we can't, we're just going to teach him Psychic. Okay. And just pounding it out here. All right. And that is that. We have defeated the Junior Trainer. Okay. So we've just got a couple more to go here. I'm going to leave this guy for later, just for some a little bit extra experience, something lower leveled. We are going to take out this last, though, real quick. All right. You know, if it ever seemed strange to you that people just... You can hold 6 Pokemon. I've always wondered why at Nintendo they thought, you know, you can all hold 6 Pokemon apiece. Let's just go ahead and, you know, give you 2 to fight against, or 3. So we're just going to scratch it out. Shouldn't take too many hits with the Oddish. All right. And there's a little bit more experience for Nidorina. And I think the Mew can go ahead and take out the Pidgey. I want to think that, you know, a level 13 Mew should be able to drop a level 13 Pidgey, as long as we don't get Sand attacked a half a dozen times, and as long as we don't get, like, 6 criticals thrown against us. So a quick attack into quick attack, that's fine. 2 pound. 3 pound do it. 3 pound do it. Yep, 3 pound does it. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to stick with Mew for this Oddish. I'd really like to level him up to level 14 from this fight, and I think we're only going to be able to do that if we don't switch. Not sure, though. We're going to find out. If we need to, I'm going to swap, but I don't think this Absorb's going to take us out. Alright. We're going to go ahead and switch, because we need to at this point. You know, let's go ahead and give Clefairy a little bit more experience. We've been kind of neglecting our Clefairy, and we shouldn't do that. Clefairy's is a heck of a Pokemon, no matter which way you cut it. Clefairy's, you know, a decent wall, if you will, especially once you get it to Clefable level. It just has a lot of health, and that's going to be, you know, a little bit important during certain battles of the game. Rival number 5 is really one of those battles where you could use as much health as possible. It's nice to be able to grind him out a little bit. Something else to make note of. In first-gen games, there is no PP points for your opponent. So they can just use moves unlimitedly. They also have unlimited items, so really, if you get a really unlucky run, you could have a trainer just keep using super potions against you in a gym, and as long as you just can't do enough damage, you'll just be in that loop. Okay, so we've made it to Bill's house. We're going to talk to the original Pokémaniac here. Alright. Yep, we're going to help old Bill here get back to his old self, because we need that SS Ann ticket. We need to be able to go on this boat ride, because I've heard that there's a captain that might know a move or two that we need. Okay. And of course, Bill doesn't like fancy parties. Of course not. Why would you when you're a Pokémaniac? You don't really need to party. So, luckily, we have Abra here, so we're just going to Abra our way back to town. Makes it a lot easier than having to do all that walking. Hello, nurse. Alright, let's get these people back to health. And we will continue on. Alright, so that is that. We are healed. So what this means now is that we can finally go through this house, and we can actually end up getting Dig. Now, Dig is a good move in this gen. It's a good move in every gen, really, because it has good base power. It doesn't have a lot of move points, but that's okay. So, who knows? And I don't believe this rocket guy for a second. You're no innocent bystander. So we got Machop here. I don't think Mew's going to be able to take down Machop. So we're going to go ahead and swap out with Ivysaur. Now Machop doesn't have great special defense. It does have good attack. So it can crit quite a bit. Its speed is decent. But I think a couple of Vine Whips here is just going to be enough just to drop it. So we will see. Should just be 2. And that right there is the end of Chop. So, Rocket taken care of. Mew at level 14. It's beautiful all the way around, guys. My Venusaur gets a little bit of XP. And now he's going to use a Drowsy. Now, here's where it can get interesting, because if I remember correctly, this Drowsy knows Confusion. And Confusion is a move, guys. I'm going to be frank. Confusion is scary. Really, most of the psychic moves in this generation are scary, and there's Hypnosis. So, now we're asleep. That's really not good, but you know what? We'll be fine. There's the first Confusion. It hits. He's disabled. What did we lose? Growl, not a big deal. It woke up. We get pounded. That's fine. I just want to scratch it. I want to take down this Drowsy. I want to move on. It is time to get to Vermillion. Luckily, that Hypnosis doesn't take. Alright. Second Confusion, still super effective. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pop in Mew. Because I think Mew should be able... I don't know if he'll outspeed the Drowsy. He might. He does outspeed the Drowsy, so... Go ahead and knock the Drowsy out. That's fine. Alright. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Mew at level 15. So, well on our way to getting some better move sets from Mew. Not a big deal. We could have used Transform on that. And he gives us the TM for Dig as well, so that's all good. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and head on, and we're going to continue our journey here. We can't go that way because we need cut, so we're just going to hop the fence, and we're going to travel on down. Now, at this point, they really should have put a computer in the hatchery here. But what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to go ahead and go to Vermilion. I'm not going to visit the daycare. I don't need to. I could potentially, you know, do a Pokemon thing. Do I have a Nidoran? No. I'm sorry, little lady, I don't. Yeah, that's too bad, I know. And then these long walkways. You know, the people of Kanto really did a heck of a job with the infrastructure. I wonder what sort of a hack space they have in Kanto. Okay. So I'm just taking a quick little look around. A while since I've been... sure there's no items. And now we're heading on. He's on guard duty. Yep. So our way to Saffron's blocked, of course. That's fine. We have a couple trainers here we're going to fight. That'll take care of our requirements. Okay. So we're just going to ignore these two trainers here for now. There's a couple more down here that we have to fight, which is fine. Not a big deal. But for now, we're just going to avoid the trainers. Again, not really focusing on the decks too much in this run-through. We got a few different things, but not really the main point of this run. Really just kind of seeing what we can do. So, first we'll have to take on this Lass. Shouldn't be a big deal. And we're just going to pound it out. All right. Okay. Keep on fighting. Okay. That's taken care of. Okay. So now that we've taken care of that, we're going to go ahead and keep on pushing. We're not going to switch from our Mew. I think he's going to be just fine against these Pidgeys. Which he's already proven himself once, he can do it again. Okay. So gust after gust, we're just going to take them. And we'll pound it out with the Pidgey, and that's the end of Pidgey. Okay. And they're going to use yet another Pidgey. So we're just going to pound it out again. And we will be all good. He's going to quick attack me a couple of times. As long as he doesn't crit, should be fine. Shouldn't faint my Mew. And of course, we do outspeed the Pidgey, so one crit will be enough. We did get sand attacked. We do have a chance of missing this, which I'm not looking forward to. But it didn't, because it's Mew. And would you be legendary if you couldn't just hit through a sand attack? Okay. One more junior trainer, and then we will have made it to our destination. Which is really what I'm looking forward to. Now, even though this Spearows pack is going to be strong against my Ivysaur, I think this is the right call. Oh, it used Fury Attack, so we're fine. Hit twice, hit 3 times. What are we getting? 3 times. Hit 3 times. Okay, not a big deal. We're going to go ahead and Leech Seed it, if we can. It evaded it. Not a big deal. We're going to try to seed it again. Now, if you guys are wondering why I forgot Tackle as opposed to Growl, a couple reasons. One, Growl can be useful, as you saw earlier, in situations where, you know, I don't want to win the fight. It's a very, very good way to, you know, lose a fight. But at the same time, Growl is also one of those moves that, you know, can come in handy in very specific situations of the game. If you're facing against something that's a higher level, you know, it can come in extremely handy. Now, we're not going to switch to our Mew for this. As much as I'd like to get him that extra bit of experience, we're just going to go ahead, we're just going to take out this Raticate with Ivysaur. And hopefully it doesn't crit on the Hyper Fang. It critted on the Hyper Fang, so that's kind of bad. Let's go ahead and pull out Clefairy. Again, we're wanting to get some more experience for Clefairy. He tail whipped me. That's fine. Lose a little bit of defense, but grand scheme of things, not an extreme matter. So he's going to tackle us. Hopefully we can get a couple of decent hits in here. I'd really like to get a crit. Hopefully this doesn't take us down. It takes us down. Okay, so the question here now is, if he uses Quick Attack, we're probably going to faint. If he uses anything else, we outsped. So that is the end of Raticate. And Mew got that nice little bit of experience points, so there's our level 17. And that is Junior Trainer Male defeated. And now we can head south, and we are in beautiful Vermilion City. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get a couple of things here. We're going to go ahead and get the fishing rod, the old rod rather, just because we want to be able to fish for some Pokemon eventually. And there's lots of really, really good water Pokemon in Gen 1. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a trip down here. We're going to go and we're going to go to the Pokemon Fan Club. And we're going to talk to the head of the Pokemon Fan Club because he's going to give us our next item. And yeah, we want to hear about his Pokemon because even though we're skipping through this, he wants to give us something. So there we go. Alright, thanks for hearing me out. When I have this, we got the bike voucher. So now that we've got the bike voucher, we're going to do a little bit of a shortcut here. Now, if you notice, I didn't come in here and immediately heal. There's reason for that. So if I would have went to the Pokemon Center here, I would be teleported here. But because I last healed in Cerulean, I'm able to go back to Cerulean. I can go ahead and heal up my Pokemon here. Hello, nurse. And we're just going to go ahead and do it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this healing going here. We're going to go ahead and get that taken care of. And we'll just see what we got here. So alright. So there we are. My Pokemon are fully healed. She hopes to see me again. Of course she does. Now, because we flew back to Cerulean, that means that we can now go in this wonderful little building, and we can get a free bicycle. And we didn't have to walk all the way back or fly back or any of that. So if you're doing one of these runs yourself, just remember, go ahead and just do not, if you get an Abra, do not heal in Vermilion. You'll be fine. So we're going to go ahead and move the bike up here. Now, I don't plan on fishing for any Pokemon soon. So I'm actually going to, because your inventory is so limited in Gen 1, I'm going to go ahead and store a few things. I don't really need any of the TMs that I've gotten so far yet. Bubble Beam will come in handy later versus Blaine, but again, not really that worried. So we're just going to deposit, I'm going to put in the rare candy. We're going to deposit TM1. We're going to deposit the old rod. And we're also going to put the dome fossil in there, because we don't need the dome fossil right now. We can't do anything with it. And we're also going to get rid of TM4. I'm going to get back my town map. That was a misclick, but let's go ahead and deposit our TM4. And then all we're going to do is we're just going to draw back out our town map. That way we can that inventory. Alright, so now that we're prepared, we can go ahead and head back through and go back to Vermilion. let's go ahead and bicycle our way down there, because this is way faster. As you can see, super fast. Gotta have a bike. Just too bad you can't use it in the underground. I really wish you could use it in the underground. It'd be a lot more fun if you could. But, it is what it is. Alright. So, we're going to head back down to Vermillion. Oh. I guess I didn't battle this guy earlier. Okay, well that's fine. Not a big deal. We needed to level up a little bit more anyway. And if he's got multiple, he does have multiple bug Pokemon, so we're going to be able to level up our Spearow here a little bit. So we need to start focusing on him a little bit more. He's done a lot of work so far, and we just need a little bit more. And Mew getting the criticals, which is going to be a pretty common sight. Really the only there's a few Pokemon that have a higher crit rate, and one of them's Mewtwo. He has like almost a 25% crit rate in this game. But we will get there. So, switching out for our Spearow here. I'm not really worried about the level differential here. I'm just worried about outspeeding the Caterpie. I don't want to get hit with a string shot. And I don't. I get hit with a tackle, which is fine. Wow. Back-to-back, and that's crit. If we can crit him here, we should be able to take him down. Nope, no crit. And one last one. And thanks again for everybody tuning in. Once again, really appreciate it. We have caught Mew. We've made it to Vermilion City. And we caught Mew the, quote, legitimate way. Which is the, of course, the exploit at Nugget Bridge. But as long as this Weedle doesn't hit us really hard with a Poison Sting, we should be able to get it here in 2 hits. Just don't don't take us out, and it poisoned it. Because for some reason, Spearow, I feel like this Pokemon has a disposition of just being poisoned constantly. It really likes being poisoned. Alright. So we're just going to let our Spearow faint. That's fine. We're going to be healing again here, just so I have a teleport point in Vermilion. All right. All right. So we've made it to Vermilion. We are so far at exactly 4 hours in playtime. So at this moment, I think I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to probably grab a bite to eat, take care of a couple things here at the house, and then we will get right back to it. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. This is the first official stream on this channel. I really appreciate everyone that's followed me today, everyone that's joined in to watch. It's been a pleasure streaming for you guys. I will be back here shortly. Follow for notifications, and we will see you next time.